Okay. Awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started right at 5:30. I'll give it to Carter for the 1 cent community projects applications, and reports.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, everybody. Good to be with all of you today. We gathered some feedback the last time we visited about this topic and tried to incorporate that feedback into what you have in front of you tonight. And we're basically wanting to see how you feel about what it is we put together and whether or not you feel like we're ready to move forward and commence with the timeline that we've also attached as a part of your information on this topic. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, if I could defer to Ms. Tremmel to carry any other detail and answer any questions.
Your Honors, members of council, grab this one. No, so I can go between. So this is the timeline. After we visited the last time, council had some updates to the timeline that they wanted to see. They wanted to move it out so that we would begin in January with the full new council. So you can see we did that. We still have it ending so that we can have it adopted by council before July so that it would start with our funding year in July, the new fiscal year. Some of the other little things just kind of moved and we condensed some of the items to make it all fit within that timeline. At this time, if council has any changes they want to suggest, we'd be happy to move stuff around or do anything. If not, we can move on to the application. Council indicated that they would like to see some changes in the application. So I highlighted those for you on this version. How does your program organization meet the city council goals or provide service to the city of Casper? That was one thing council asked to see, was how it related to our goals, how the programs or whatever the funding requests were. And then I also included it in this question, the programs and services offered and how they affect or serve the city of Casper, because there are organizations that provide services that without their service, the city would then have to do. So that's what we're hoping to get out of those two questions. And then council also indicated they wanted to hear about how they will evaluate themselves. And so that's something we asked in the application, how they're going to evaluate themselves for their effectiveness. And then we would also build that into the contract with the groups that council decides to fund. Council have any questions? Anything they would like to see changes on?
Questions? Yes, Lisa.
Could you run spell check?
Sure, yeah.
There's just a couple misspelled words.
Kyle.
Thanks, Ray. Thanks for, could you please go back to the previous slide?
The timeline?
The timeline, thank you.
Yep.
So obviously that's super quick after the beginning of the year. I guess my question is, are we using the council goals that we've already established, or are we establishing different goals strictly for the purpose of the 1 cent application?
So that would be up to council. What our plan is we would put out the notice of application and it would go right after council establishes their new goals. So strategic planning is set for January 31st. So then the applications would go out, it opens in February. So people would see the goals. So council will establish what those goals are January 31st. So whether those are similar to what you have, or you change them, that'll all be up to council.
But it sounds like the goals have been established by the time we set out the application.
Yes, yeah, so we set the timeline out so that any changes will be included.
Perfect. Any other questions, comments, changes? Okay. Thank you, Fleur. Okay, non-discrimination ordinance. Carter.
We also took some feedback, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, with respect to some concerns and questions, I guess I would probably more appropriately phrase it, regarding some of the age constraints in the draft ordinance. The city attorney has certainly been working on those questions and those thoughts and has some ideas for you tonight. If I could defer to the city attorney.
John?
Hey, thank you. Thank you all. I tell you, the questions came in and just kind of as a reminder, really it was basically, we're gonna put an age, and we wanna have age as the elders, we wanna have age as the youth, we wanna have age basically without any type of definition at all as the position of some folks. I'm thinking, well, really, if you're having an anti-discrimination ordinance, you better have some type of defining group who you think is vulnerable. My suggestion would be to think about realistically, which groups do you have in mind here? Which groups need the protections? And consider that if you want to move forward with that. If you look at age, though, you'll look and you'll find a lot more in other federal realm on how to handle this. So that if you're going to come in and you're going to try to write an age discrimination case, there are a lot of considerations there. And you're going to need a more detailed ordinance, at least in my view, if you're going to make that effective. Right now, when we have kind of a straightforward anti-discrimination ordinance is the classic named parties with respect to discrimination. Color, ethnicity, black, gays, lesbians, gender. So we have that because, in the past there's some history of that. And then with respect to age, there have been some history as far as looking at discrimination with respect to the LGBT folks. And so I would think what you might want to consider is either one, separating out the age, pulling it off, and then taking it up separately, and letting it go through the 3 readings later on after you kind of considered this, and then taking in all of these different considerations that are coming up and kind of presented on the floor, and then just moving forward with the anti-discrimination ordinance now, or really determining which age group it was and is that you want to protect these from. Because I think it just makes it so ambiguous and so overly broad and your straightforward ordinance becomes pretty confusing if you don't do that. Do we look at the 19 to 20-year-olds if the insurance company a youth status, and if you don't kind of have these minutia type of things delineated, then I think that you're going to have it's going to cause some difficulty.
Great. Bruce, and then
I believe our initial goal in doing this was to protect the elderly. 19 to 20-year-olds should pay higher premiums into their insurance because they're inexperienced and they wreck more or whatever. They don't have the experience behind the wheel. But initially, I know when we did this, it was to protect our elderly. Now, what age that is another question because we have 55 and older communities that has came up, and I believe federal law is 45 years old. So I don't know, but I would like to see us at least stick to the elderly clause and leave it in there so it's not something we have to go back and redo to protect those folks down the road.
Thanks. Part of me thinks that it would be simplest to remove it for now and take it through another process because it is complicated. I think, when it was first brought up, it was like, maybe oversimplified in terms of how we would be able to add it in or not add it in. It's an amendment that was made outside of the process that we used initially, so it didn't get vetted all along for the last 18 months like the rest of it did. So, I'm comfortable either way, whatever the will of the council is. But I think, I looked, following up on some of Seth's concerns with the youth. There are some state law that protects young folks. I think, a concern of mine, we don't have such a state law. The youth are not represented in federal non-discrimination, so it would kind of leave our city ordinance just sort of floating without any sort of, state law behind it, federal law behind it, and that, makes me feel like we have a little bit less standing to do that. But I would, be interested in trying to understand if that's a problem or if that's, appropriate or not, see if we can address some of those concerns. But I just think that it if we're gonna do that, it would take a bit of work. And so, I'm inclined to just take it back to the original draft that we had, that was vetted, that was compared to dozens of other ones, that has, John spent many hours on in its original form. and then just deal with that, you know, in the new year, and give it some time, to work through the age issue, add it in. I'm also, you know, I'm comfortable if we like it where it is and we wanna deal with like the youth bit separately, I'm comfortable with that too. But it just seems to me that it's sort of a knee-jerk amendment to try to do a simple thing to address a constituent concern, and it turns out maybe it's not a simple thing. Maybe it's actually a complicated thing that we need to spend some time thinking about, and so maybe it's, you know, it would make sense to just deal with it separately.
Lisa?
John, when I had originally talked to you about this, we talked about elderly. And you had said that there was state and federal protections already for elderly, which is why we didn't initially have that in there. So is it even necessary to have age in there?
Well, again, with a statute like this, actually, because it comes through the results quicker. And so in that regard, I think an ordinance protection may be advantageous to some use. However, I think as far as the drafting of it, it's going to have to be well defined because age goes the gamut from birth. And all these line groups, I've got this slice, I've got this slice, I've got this slice. And that's definitely multiple different scenarios. So if you look to evaluate, they do have protections for the aged. The Age of Employment Act talks about 40 and above. ADA or age discrimination in general is 45, and then I think we see that some retirement homes or retirement communities are 50 or 55. So you've got all of these little variances based on the legislature's intent, and sometimes with respect to the subject matter that they're trying to protect against. It's not just general discrimination. It's discrimination. If you're working in the workforce, it's one thing. If you're too elderly, coming into the workforce, it's maybe something else. So that would be my concern, is that relate maybe Amber has some points here, but this is a more complex nuance and made it originally intended.
Yeah, I would say that I'm inclined to follow what Amber had mentioned, just to pull it off so we can work on it in totality, the whole issue of age, and I think that might be the more prudent way to go. So that's kind of where I'm at. Steve?
Well, and when you get into the younger side of it, most people, there's the age limit of 25 to be able to rent a vehicle. There are a lot of hotel chains. You have to be 21 to be able to check in. So there's a whole gambit of things on the other end of it as well. And so, yeah, I think she's got a good idea. Say again?
It's a hornet's nest.
Oh, it is, absolutely, yeah. So I am the old one, so.
So remind me, Carter, we'll have to pull it off with an amendment?
I would
The
say.
age off of that?
Correct.
Okay.
If council's amenable to that, an amendment probably be the best way to
Okay.
make that happen.
Amend the
Just so I know that it's not a big surprise. Pardon? On the
amending the
floor.
amendment?
Yeah, we have to amend, but is it in the script if we decided to do that? Or no? Or we have to go on the fly?
Well, certainly in the script agenda, Mr. Mayor, there's a section in there that allows for an amendment to take place. And essentially what you would do is call for an amendment. Someone could potentially propose it. If you get a second, you vote to see if the amendment works.
So it's just a move to take that out, strike that out?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. Section pertaining to age.
Is there an amendment in there on that verbiage change that you made?
There is.
And it's in the script?
Yep.
Okay.
So we can just add the age to that and.
Or maybe do
Two amendments, maybe, do you remove it first and then approve the new changes? Or do you approve the new changes first and then do another one to remove it?
I think probably the better process would be to go ahead and add in the one that we already have scripted, and get that taken care of and get it put in yea or nay. And assuming that it's gonna be yea, and say, okay, this is the ordinance now, considering the difficulty and the nuances, various considerations, we'd like to take the discussion of age out of the ordinance. And to do that, I would propose blah, 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 and I think Amber may have worked on this a little bit.
yes, I do have city attorney's office provided me with a copy of the ordinance with all the different parts that would need to be struck, so I'm happy to propose that if
That would be great,
you like.
if you wanna make that motion, but I'll call for a minute, that'd be great,
Okay,
that'd be awesome.
Okay.
We'll approve the other one first and then.
Yeah.
sorry, we keep talking about the other one, what's approved?
The
what?
language change
Okay,
that John proposed,
Okay.
but I believe that's in the script.
okay, perfect,
I believe that's been written in the script.
okay, thanks.
So we'll go through whatever's in the script, and then when I call for amendments, if somebody wants to throw that out there, Amber or whoever, I'll throw it out there and then we'll wait and see what happens.
If, Mr. Mayor, if I may, if you don't have the language that Councilmember Pollock is referring to, we will get that in front of you so everybody has the same verbiage and you can see exactly what's being altered, or at least proposed to be altered.
As far as the language,
Correct. Pertaining to the age piece.
Thank you, John, appreciate that work. Okay, I'm gonna sneak this in super fast before we go to 3, because 3 should be short, shouldn't it, John? Okay. So Lisa had reached out to me for a request to remove the electric car study on consent agenda. So it's been put in the script, remove that. And so we'll do that so we can bring that and have discussion on it, it sounds like. Awesome. Just wanted a heads up on that one. Also, host Ukraine request. I think, John, I don't know if you wanna touch base on that?
Great, thank you. Mayor had received a request from Brian Larson. He's an optometrist here in town, and his wife Sarah Larson works for the school district in town, and they have adopted many children, some from Ukraine, and have some children biologically themselves. Well respected in the community, active in a variety of activities. And they were hoping that there's a chance, I thought, that some of the children that have been potentially orphans, maybe definitely orphans, that have relatives here, come to the U.S. for some type of respite, get away from the war zone, get some good food, not have to worry about having bombs fall on you, or being separated from the folks, maybe being in some corner in Poland or something like that, or they are and so, to do this, I think the Ukrainians, of course, are saying, well, these children may look like they're orphans, but maybe there's a parent alive, or there's grandparents, or aunts or uncles, and so we just don't want to send them to the U.S. and then have them stay there forever until lost in contacts that are healthy. And so, they put in some requests. One was to say they want to come to the community to support with this. Why they're asking the mayor to sign on the rules to come to you, at least in our circumstance, to come to you and get your consideration for that. And then also that they have to a potential family who's adopted in the past and will be taking care of these children in the future. They have agreed that upon war being over, send the children back, and or if there's a call by the Ukrainian government, they should be sent back to Ukraine. And the Larsons have gone ahead and signed that. It's an interesting group of folks. A lot of these people are from the state of Wyoming. In fact, the host organization that's tried to pull all this together is a Wyoming operation. Took over a lot of people from the Larsons were originally adopting. And that group went from some of those same people who are parents of adopted children now have formed this host organization worldwide, and certainly the Larsons think highly of them and highly of this program. So they're asking for your support and authorization for Gorbachev to sign a resolution, basically saying, hey, look, we support this. And thinking about analogous type of actions in the past, I know when the county was looking to provide a subsidy to the airlines or one of the airlines to keep air traffic here, the city council didn't say we're going to do it. We're going to say we're supportive of that. That kind of view that the same type of mindset as this request. It's not really much that the city has to do, but execute some paperwork and send it off and just check to make sure that they've executed that document to say that they would send the children back.
Lisa?
Does this open us up to be a sanctuary city for other nations?
I don't think it would. We are very constrained here on what this letter says, so I would say no. Yeah, I don't think that that's what makes us a sanctuary center. And they're gonna, you know, whoever the Ukrainians that work, they're gonna come in walking through LaGuardia or JFK or and go through the usual immigration process.
Thanks, Ray. I guess I was confused. I thought it was a single family looking to foster Ukrainian children, but it's a collective, like a group, an organization.
In this particular case, the only one that we're doing is for the Larsons themselves, you know.
And so I guess my question would be, how many children are they prepared to foster?
Yeah, what we had seen on this letter they've signed, that they would ship the child back, so in this case it's just one because they already have several. I think they may have been looking to potentially adopt this child already, and this is just maybe intends that they do it sooner as opposed to later if they can get the permission from the government given that.
Other questions? And so when I brought this to John and said this is the request that's been made, I certainly don't want to make a move without legal consultation with the council, one, but also two, to get the permission of the whole council to do that, to do those things. I know Sarah and Ryan, they've adopted kids from the Ukraine, the kids the other kids that they've adopted through those times, and they're very upstanding people, and I do trust them and trust the organization that they're doing so. But I think we all know John. If John had any reservations, he would have let me know and all of us. So your support would be appreciated. Yep.
So in terms of what the resolution would be saying is just that the city supports the concept, or what would the resolution entail?
Basically, the resolution says that you've given authority to the mayor to sign a letter, which was drafted by this host organization, which they believe through their contacts would be sufficient to give assurance to the Ukrainian government that the child will be looked after in a community that's welcoming, and that there should be relatives should be found there that want to take the child back. The Larsons themselves will send the child back.
Okay.
Does that put us in a liability situation if the Larsons decide they don't want to send that child back when a parent has been found?
The agreement was, and the requirement was that we verify that they've been signed such an agreement, and that agreement be under oath, which the Larsons have.
It's just, I don't see any issue with it at all. We adopted a little Russian girl when she was a baby, and she's almost 12 now. We just didn't need a letter from the city saying that it was okay, so. Sounds good to me.
Wonderful. The last thing that just wanted to touch base on, as we obviously go into the third reading, I do expect, and I kind of see out there, that we'll probably have a little bit more people tonight. I think that there's some possibility. I think that certainly people will say things or do things. My hope is that we remain calm and not engage. And if we are resolute on passing the ordinance, if it stands where we've been, then I'm assuming it will pass tonight. But just making sure that we remain conscious of that and not having to get into any engagement. And so again, if there's questions, please ask questions, but wait for the discussion to happen after. Try not to opine or do the discussion during the open time that people come and speak on the ordinance itself. Amber, and then I'll get you, Bruce.
Did we make any sort of decision, or has a script been made regarding addresses, requesting addresses from people? Is that something that we need to take action on, or can that just be implemented
So my understanding from what we got, I think everybody saw that from Wallace, that he certainly said not to ask, you don't have to ask young people their address, and frankly, we don't have to ask anybody
Yeah.
if we don't want to. So the question is, John, do we have to make some type of resolution? Do we have to do something to make it or is that just something internal?
I think it's probably something internal. We can look and see if you ever adopted a bylaw. I don't remember that it was
Okay.
adopted by.
Okay.
I think that's the right choice. If people want to give their address, or if they want you to contact them, obviously they have to give their
Okay.
address, but they can volunteer that. Or you can say, if you'd like us to contact you, would you please make
Okay.
sure that you give the clerk
Okay.
their addresses.
So in the script, it generally says to, please say your name and address. I can strike that out from now on.
Okay, just please state your name.
Yep, just state your name. Okay.
Can we start that tonight?
Yep, I'll start that tonight. Yep. Bruce.
I will, I'm gonna be apparently under attack tonight, as I've been given a heads up over an article that was written a couple of years ago that is 100% completely false, by the way. And so, in fact, the reporter lost his job over writing that article. And then the retraction, of course, was never really seen by anybody. So I will more than likely address that situation tonight. My wife is here, or will be. She's really offended and irritated that people keep trying to perpetuate this nonsense against me. So I will probably clear that up in a very eloquent and non-fighting way. I'm not interested in fighting with anybody, but I do think that the truth needs to be told. That's a public record. It's very easy to access. People just need to do their work before they go being deflammatory and inflammatory. So just so you know, I will address that tonight and put it to bed again, if you will. So.
All right. Any other questions? Thoughts? Okay. All right, we've got a couple minutes, so can you use the restroom, whatever you need.
Your pen?
Sorry.
Phones and everything.
I'm great.
So I got your number.
So your pickup.
Good evening. I'd like to remind everyone to please silence their cell phones. At the current moment, we are working on cable channel 192, or is it up and running? It's up and running. Okay, never mind. We are televised on cable channel 192. I now call the December 6th, 2022 regular council meeting to order. All members are present, including Council Member Sutherland, who is joining us via video. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Generally, during this time, we do a bright spot in our community. So I would like to take this opportunity to recognize our city attorney, John Henley. I have a letter here that I would like to read. Mr. Henley, who has been our attorney for 4 or 5 years, is set to retire on Friday. So I'd like to read this. Dear John, congratulations on your retirement from the city of Casper. In commemoration of your nearly 5 years with this organization, I present to you a retirement plaque. Your expertise has been invaluable to myself and the council, and your absence will be greatly missed. Thank you for your commitment, your knowledge, your willingness to listen, and logic that you shared throughout your position as city attorney. It is regrettable to lose an employee with such fine qualities, but we are happy you will be able to enjoy the new experiences that await you. Again, thank you for your service to our community and best wishes for the future. My personal comments is John has been nothing short of amazing as our city attorney. His commitment to our community and to the city and keeping us safe, understanding that, but the rule and understanding of justice and law, and the equality that you brought, and all sides. We really appreciate you, and we're going to miss you. So, thank you. Yeah. So, I don't think any other council members have anything they wanted to add before I hand him his plaque and your gold watch. No, you don't get a gold watch. Sorry, John. Sorry. You don't get that. Yes, Councilmember Egan-Bretson.
Thank you so much for your time and your wisdom and your service. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Kathy.
I just wanted to thank you for all of the time and effort you and your office put in on the licensing for the massage therapists, which I know that was a big thing for them, and I know you have put in an enormous amount of time on the non-discrimination ordinance, and I commend you for that as well, trying to wade through all of the pros and the cons and the ins and the outs, plus all of the other things you do, but those were the two biggies that I can remember. So thank you very much for that.
Councilmember Pollock.
Thank you so much, John. I've leaned heavily on you over the last 2 years since I've been on council to make sure that you know, for my part, what I'm bringing to the table, it's always done under good advisement from you. So thank you so much for your time and attention, and best wishes to you and your family.
Vice Mayor.
John, my wife, being an attorney, gave me an immediate connection to you, which I've enjoyed immensely. And all the private meetings in the back room of your office were well wanted and warranted, and we're really going to miss you. Those are big shoes to fill. We've got a good interim coming in, and it looks like we have some very good applicants for that position. So hopefully we can move on without missing a beat, but we will certainly miss you. I will personally. So thank you for your service.
Councilmember Humphrey.
I'm a little offended that I just get back for a couple of months and then you leave. But it was great when we hired you. It's always been great. So thank you, and you will be missed.
Councilmember Gamroth.
Thanks, Mayor. I thought I was going to be the only council person that wasn't appointed, that wasn't going to speak, so I felt like a jerk. But no, thanks, John. Like Amber, I've pestered you a lot over my 2 years on council. Just always wanting to, do things to the letter of the law and everything like that. You've been a tremendous resource, always willing to help and very responsive. So thank you. Appreciate all your service, and yeah, good luck and enjoy your retirement.
Councilmember McIntosh.
John, even though I've only been on council for a short time, it's been very enjoyable working with you there as well as on the Planning and Zoning Commission. So thank you for all your hard work and good luck in retirement.
Thank you. John, if you want to come up and I'll present you with this plaque. Chair would entertain a motion to approve by minute action the minutes of the November 1, 2022 regular council meeting as published in the Casper Star Tribune on November 18th, 2022.
Second.
Moved by Vice Mayor Nell, seconded by Councilmember Pollock. Any amendments? Please cast your vote. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
Chair would entertain a motion to approve by minute action the minutes of the November 1, 2022 executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Pollock, seconded by Councilmember Egebretson. Any amendments? Please cast your vote. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
Chair would entertain a motion to approve by minute action the minutes of the November 8th, 2022 special council meeting as published in the Casper Star Tribune on November 18th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Egebretson, seconded by Councilmember Gamroth. Any amendments? Please cast your vote. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
Chair would entertain a motion to approve by minute action the minutes of the November 8, 2022 executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice Mayor Nell, seconded by Councilmember Pollock. Any amendments? Please cast your vote. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
Chair would entertain a motion to approve by minute action the minutes of the November 15, 2022 regular council meeting as published in the Casper Star Tribune on November 30, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Engelbretson, seconded by Councilmember Cathy. Any amendments? Please cast your vote. Please record the vote.
Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
The chair would entertain a motion to approve by minute action the minutes of the November 15, 2022 executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice Mayor Nell, seconded by Councilmember McIntosh. Any amendments? Please cast your vote. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
Chair would entertain a motion to approve by minute action the December 6, 2022 bills and claims as audited by City Manager Napier.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Kathy, seconded by Councilmember Pollock. Any abstentions? Please cast your vote. Nope. Should I just call it?
But you didn't say record the vote.
Oh, sorry. Please record the vote. Was it that fast? Oh my gosh. My bad.
Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye. The motion passes.
Thanks, Amanda. Now is the time we invite anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the council to come forward. As stated on the first page of the agenda, we do ask the following. Please state your name. Direct all questions and comments to the mayor and only the mayor. No personal attacks on staff or council will be tolerated, and council will not respond to personnel matters. Those will all be referred to our city manager. Questions posed by speakers may or may not be responded to by the council members. Presentations are limited to 5 minutes, and no duplication of speakers are allowed, no time extensions. Please note that public hearings and ordinances each have their own comment period, so please hold your comments on those items until we reach them. And on that note, I think a lot of people are here for the non-discrimination ordinance, which I'm assuming that's what it is. So if you want to make a comment on that, please wait until we get to the non-discrimination ordinance for public comment. Otherwise, this is open communication. Hi, Pat.
Good evening, Mayor. Pat Sweeney, 951 North Kimball. I just would like to chime in on John in his retirement. The state is definitely a better place. His efforts on surface water on behalf of not just the city of Casper and his expertise in flowing that through the 3+ years of legislative process to finally get that done were immense. So his expertise, while totally valuable to our community, was also and is long-term standing for the state. So thank you, John.
Any others who wish to communicate? Okay, thank you. Please read the consent agenda titles.
Establish December 20th, 2022 as the public hearing date for consideration of new restaurant liquor license number 50 for Antojitos Chihuas LLC, doing business as Antojitos Chihuas, located at 611 West Collins Drive, and established February 21st, 2023 as the public hearing date for consideration of the annual renewal of all City of Casper liquor licenses.
Chair to entertain a motion to, by minute action, establish the public hearing dates just read.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Kathy, seconded by Councilmember McIntosh. Any abstentions or nay votes? Councilmember Pollock.
Thank you. I'd like to abstain from both items, please.
Any other abstentions? Please cast your vote. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Pollock abstaining from both items and Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
I now declare the public hearing open for the consideration of the transfer of ownership of retail liquor license number 37. Mr. City Attorney, do you have any exhibits?
Yes, Mayor, we have 4 exhibits tonight. Exhibit number 1, correspondence from Fleur Trimmel to J. Carter Napier dated November 8, 2022. Exhibit number 2, affidavit of publication is published in the Casper Star Tribune dated November 21, 2022. Exhibit number 3, affidavit of website publication is published on the City of Casper website dated November 9, 2022. And exhibit number 4, liquor license application filed October 21, 2022.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, do you have a report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The transfer of ownership for a retail liquor license is not all that unusual and certainly wouldn't be the case with this particular license either. except that this is one of those licenses, very few of which, that the council identified an address being required to be tied to this particular license. In that circumstance, that obligation is met, and those requirements by the council are satisfied and otherwise appropriate for transfer.
Great, thank you. Council will now listen to public comment. Public hearing comments are limited to 5 minutes and no duplication of speakers are allowed. At this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of the transfer of ownership for retail liquor license number 37 to please approach the lectern. Those that are to speak in favor. Mr. Huff.
Good evening. My name's John Huff, 824 West Yellowstone. It's been a rocky road to get where we're at today, and I think I found the people that got the energy and the patience to put this deal together, so we're going to give them a shot at it, and I will back them from a distance, but I will back them 100% on this, and I hope everyone else does too. As Carter mentioned, it is tied to an address, so in the remote chance that this doesn't work, I would like to transfer that back, and I'll try something else if that does come to be the case, but I'm not looking to that right now, but I wanted to point that out, that it is address specific, which he already did, so.
Great.
That's all I got.
Great. Any questions for John? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Any others who wish to speak in favor? Before Mr. Sweeney comes up, at this time, we're also, based upon a few things that we've talked about privately as a council and discussed with our attorney, you're no longer obligated to have to give your address. So just want to make sure that that's stated. And we especially, for youth as well, those that are under age 18, we kind of had that conversation, and it kind of was brought to our attention about that. And so you are not obligated to have to mention your address any longer. So, although you already said it earlier, Pat.
Well, I appreciate that, Mayor.
Sorry, Pat. All right, go ahead, sir.
All the eggs have already been thrown.
Yes.
So, along with other things. So, Pat Sweeney from Casper, proud resident of North Casper, actually. So, I feel obligated to get up and speak in favor of this. I really was one of the advocates in this license that John, with all of his work that he's done in the Yellowstone district, is simply amazing with zero government help. And the economic development that he has brought down there and the energy that he's brought down there is immense. So I simply ask that this is one of those hiccups in our state statutes. It's there for a reason on the non-ability to lease. So ownership needs to transfer, and they are simply following the law, and hopefully we can get that back open. And it's been a great spot, and thanks to John and Wendy for their investment. So with that, I ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Pat. Any questions for Pat? Any others who wish to speak in favor?
Hi, Sierra Schmidt. I obviously benefit well from this going through, but I just wanted to make a point in that, in part, in addition to what he just said, Pat, was it Pat? the old Yellowstone district is such a special place in Casper, and keeping this, what Yellowstone Garage was previously, and just building upon it is going to be, I had multiple conversations with John about what that district and what that area downtown needed and what it didn't need, and kind of the future of what it looked like. And this is just a piece of that downtown area and that historic area downtown that we cannot lose, and is really a catalyst for moving forward and developing that progression for that Yellowstone district. And again, I want to give thanks to John and Wendy for the opportunity to do that in this, and that's just my little spiel on it as well, so thank you.
Any questions for Sierra? Nope. All right. Any others who wish to speak in favor? Okay. At this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition to the transfer of ownership for retail liquor license number 37 to please approach the lectern. Any in opposition? Okay, there being no others to speak for or against the ownership for retail liquor license number 37, I now declare the public hearing closed. The chair would entertain a motion to approve by minute action the transfer of ownership of retail liquor license number 37 from Charger Holdings LLC, doing business as Yellowstone Garage, to 307 Repair Inc., doing business as Yellowstone Garage Bar and Grill, located at 355 West Yellowstone.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by by Vice Mayor Nell, seconded by Councilmember Kathy. Discussion. Yep, Councilmember Inga Bretson.
I am very happy that you guys are opening this up. This is very much of a vital part of our downtown. I'm excited for next summer. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
The only thing I want to add to that, thank you, Lisa. You know, a lot of these places, we just lost another one today, I saw. I think Craveable just closed downtown. And if we as a community don't patron these businesses, they can't sustain and they can't stay around. And I remember watching social media and people saying, I can't believe they're closed, I can't believe they're gone. And my question was, how many times did you patron the place? It requires people walking in the door and patronizing these businesses in order for them to stay open. So this is a new venture in an old building, and my hope is that the community will rally and support this new venture just like we do everything else, so that we can hang on and continue to grow. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Others? Just wishing you guys the best of luck. Love the downtown, because hope you all the best. Thank you. Okay, any abstentions or nay votes? Okay, please cast your vote. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Pollock abstaining and Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
Thank you. Good luck, you guys. I now declare the public hearing open for the consideration of the new restaurant liquor license number 49 for Little Shop of Burgers, located at 1040 North Center Street. Mr. City Attorney, do you have any exhibits?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Exhibit number 1, correspondence from Fleur Tremmel to J. Carter Napier, dated November 18, 2022. Exhibit number 2, affidavit of publication, is published in the Casper Star Tribune, dated November 21, 2022. Exhibit number 3, affidavit of website publication, is published in the City of Casper website, dated November 9, 2022. And exhibit number 4, liquor license application, filed November 2, 2022.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager.
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Thank you. Council will now listen to public comment. Public hearing comments are limited to 5 minutes, and no duplication of speakers will be allowed. At this time, I ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of the new restaurant liquor license number 49 to please approach the lectern. Those who wish to speak in favor. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Sarah Wycombe. I hate public speaking.
You're doing fantastic.
My family owns Little Shop of Burgers, and it was a really hard decision for us to do this. My parents are very religious, so this was hard for them too. But we felt that it was necessary for us to continue on doing what we're doing. We've done a lot of work for the community. We have a free sack lunch program and try to do as much as we can for that. And the liquor license is just another stepping stone for us to hopefully eventually build our own place someday in a few years, you know. But we're really excited and hoping to get the vote yes for this because it is very important to us. So thank you for your consideration.
Any questions? Nope. Oh, hold on one second. Come on over. We're going to make this even worse for you. Sorry. Councilmember Gamroth.
Thanks, Mayor. No questions. So I'm leaving you off the hook. You did a great job. I just wanted to say, appreciate you coming to speak in favor. I do remember when COVID hit, you guys doing a lot to help support the community and provide free meals and stuff like that. So I just wanted to thank you all for your generosity and good luck with, should it pass, good luck with the addition of the business.
Thank you.
Great. You are much more eloquent than Pat Sweeney. Any others who wish to speak in favor? Nope, here we go.
Hi.
Good evening.
I'm Trevor Woodward, and I'm General Manager at Little Shop of Burgers. I'm also very nervous. I hate this too. But, man, we've come so far in such a short time and have given back as much as we can, and we feel that this is the next best thing for us, and we think that this is what makes us more progressive and moves us forward in the near future. So I just thank you for your consideration.
Great. Any questions for Mr. Woodward? No. Great. Thanks, Trevor. Any others? Okay. At this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition to the new restaurant liquor license number 49 to please approach the lectern. Any in opposition? There being no others to speak for or against the new restaurant liquor license number 49, I now declare the public hearing closed. The chair to entertain a motion to approve by minute action the issuance of new restaurant liquor license number 49 for MWKW Corp., doing business as Little Shop of Burgers located at 1040 North Center.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice Mayor Nell, seconded by Councilmember Egebretson. Discussion. Councilmember Cal, no, Vice Mayor.
I guess, once again, I would like to wish you well and hope that people patron your doors. You've done a tremendous amount for the community, and it's very much appreciated by a lot of people. So thank you for all that you do, and good luck.
Any others? Just want to wish you guys good luck. We're always rooting for small businesses here in Casper, which is the lifeblood of our community. So good luck, you guys. Any abstentions or nay votes? Please cast your vote. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Pollock abstaining and Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
Thank you. Councilmember McIntosh, can you go get, oh, there she is. She heard us.
Oh, hey.
Thanks. Please read the ordinance on second reading by title only.
An ordinance approving a vacation, replat, subdivision agreement, and zone change for the Pasadena addition.
Chair to entertain a motion to approve on second reading the ordinance just read.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Egebretson, seconded by Councilmember Cathy. Council will now listen to public comment. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes, and no duplication of speakers will be allowed. Any discussion by the council? Any amendments? Please cast your vote. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember McIntosh abstaining and Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
Please read the ordinance on third reading by title only.
An ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance number 16-97 codified as chapter 8.08 of the Casper Municipal Code.
The chair to entertain a motion to approve on third reading the ordinance just read.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Egebretson, seconded by Councilmember Gamroth. Council will now listen to public comment, and public comments are limited to 5 minutes, and no duplication of speakers will be allowed. Any discussion? Amendments? Please cast your vote. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
Please read the ordinance on third reading by title only.
An ordinance amending Chapter 9.08 Offenses Against the Person of the Casper Municipal Code to add Section 9.08.020 malicious harms based on race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, national origin, age, or disability.
Chair would entertain a motion to approve on third reading the ordinance just read.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice Mayor Nell, seconded by Council Member Pollock. Council will now listen to public comment. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes and no duplication of speakers will be allowed. Before we begin and I open the mic for open comment on this, we do have several people that are here, so please be mindful of a couple things of duplication of comments. So please be mindful of that. Second, any attack on a council member or disparaging remarks towards a council member or a staff member will not be tolerated. We will hold decorum in this room. We will have debate with respect for one another, even though we disagree. It is critical to our democracy that we have those types of debates. It will not be tolerated in this room. Either side.
Thank you. My name is Kyle True, and I rise again to speak against this bill. If this goes forward today, I think this will be a very dark day for Casper jurisprudence. There are a variety of reasons that this is not healthy and is not good law. I'm going to focus on two. One is that gender expression by definition is a choice. People should have blanket protections for things that they're born with. That makes perfect sense. But for people to be protected in their employment, in housing and other things, for choices they make goes flatly against Martin Luther King's statements, et cetera, and the whole concept of American jurisprudence. For example, what we're doing is we're saying gender expression is definitely going to include things like if you dress in drag, that's your gender expression. So now you're protected working at a daycare if you dress in drag. Why would we want to do this? At an old folks home, at a rest home, let's say a nurse comes and they decide, I want to dress for burlesque. That's my gender expression. Why are we protecting something that's a choice when it's clearly a choice that's defined as a choice? So I think that's a fundamental departure from traditional American law, and I think it's problematic. In addition, there will be, I think, some significant potential consequences that are negative for our society, such as Christian counseling. It's not specifically pursuant to the religious practices as is detailed in the law. And so a Christian counselor who decides that they're transgender, which clearly goes against the tenets of Christianity, but the Christian counseling organization, which does have finances going back and forth, therefore there are employees, therefore they're protected in their employment for their gender expression. This is really unhealthy. So what we're kind of doing is beginning to step into causing religious conviction to be illegal. If someone fundamentally believes that you're either made a male or a female and that there's no movement between the two, this is now becoming fundamentally illegal. And an employer, such as a Christian counseling firm, can no longer hold those convictions in their employment. I mentioned 2 weeks ago how concerned I am about the Rescue Mission. The Rescue Mission is fundamentally in its tenets a Christian organization, and yet it provides all kinds of services. It is clearly not exempted in this law. As I read the law, it's not exempted. So they will be forced to hire people that are living out something that the Rescue Mission donors, the tenants, the activists there consider to be gender dysphoria. They consider to be unhealthy, and people are coming there to get healthy again. And so whatever your thoughts on gender dysphoria and how it should be handled in society, what we're doing is we're making those who disagree with the current activist thinking to be illegal if they're doing something such as Christian counseling, such as a rescue mission. So I think this has significant negative effects. I'm sorry for it. I know the intentions of the council members may be pure as driven snow, but as we all know, intentions don't really matter that much. It's the words that we pass and the laws and the actions that matter. And so, sorry, I rise against it. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. True? Yes. Yeah. I'll get Councilmember Pollack first.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. True, would you consider your religious affiliation to be a choice?
I can answer that. Is that relevant to this law? Or is it relevant to my standing as a speaker? I mean, is that relevant to the comments I just made?
Go ahead.
I mean, I think it is, because I think, the comparison I'm trying to draw here is your description of gender identity and being a choice.
Nope, I said gender expression.
That's what I mean, sorry, pardon me. Yeah, gender expression being something you choose to do, right? You presumably choose the church you attend, is that correct? You're not required to answer, I'm just
Okay,
posing the
that's not the reason those laws were passed in American history. It's because people are so often raised in a religion. And so it is often considered from a jurisdictional standpoint as something that is a matter of faith and not necessarily choice. So religious expression and religious practice is clearly protected, but whether you dress in leather and whether that's appropriate for a job, I question that those choices are anywhere near comparable.
Sure, okay, so you would say that your religion is fundamental to your personal identity? Not a choice so much as it is fundamental to your
I
identity.
don't know about mine, it can be. Again, as we talked about 4 weeks ago, there are only 10,000 aspects that make up a person. And their religious convictions, for some people, will be very core to their identity, and for others will not. So I can't speak of that to everyone. It depends on the person.
Thank you, just trying to understand where the argument against protecting gender expression comes in relative to the argument to protect religious affiliation. Appreciate the clarification, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I had the same question.
Councilmember Sutherland.
Jai, where are you?
Hi, yeah, I was just wondering, Kyle, if you could tell us why somebody dressed in drag shouldn't work at a retirement home.
Okay, wow, never thought I'd be asked that question. I think that an employer should have the ability to set reasonable dress standards for their place of employment. And I think that when you begin to walk into sexual expression, gender expression, that commonly could cross a boundary. If Wendy's, a fast food joint, decided to say they didn't want anyone to bare their midriff, I would say that's not unreasonable. Sure, an employer could suggest that. But I think that's now illegal under this. And I think that elderly might be slightly more protected because they may tend more to be conservative if they're much older, and that's why I picked that one. Grandparents tend to be a little more, hey, why don't you do it the traditional way? And so it seems to me that a rest home may want to require more modest dress, and that doesn't seem to me to cross anyone's rights.
Thank you for your explanation.
Any questions for Mr. True? Great. Thank you, Kyle. Good evening.
Good evening. Name's Eric Paulson. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Kind of leaning over here. Name's Eric Paulson. I don't want to actually give my address. Testimonies in this very council here have caused people to, as you guys are passing the bill tonight, discriminate against me. I've had my house vandalized. I have had my campaign signs torn down all throughout the community. I myself was discriminated against. Still am, to this day. If I call into Quit Tobacco Wyoming tomorrow and tell them I don't want to give them my ethnicity or my gender, I don't qualify for anything. If I give them my ethnicity and my gender, I qualify for a couple of coupons and maybe a person to help walk me through a program. Meanwhile, I see a lot of people on the other sides of the aisle getting insane discounts on things such as Nicoderm patches, gum. I look at Climb Wyoming. Great program. I love what they do. People who need job and need training, that's great. But those people actively discriminate against anyone who is a male. They do not allow access into their programs. They will actually block you from their Facebook pages if you even bring up the fact that it is an issue. They will refuse to even have that conversation. Now, the last thing I want to do here is create a non-decorum thing. There were some comments, though, made by our council members in some of the articles that I would like to quote and just make a comment on. I'm going to do it as respectfully as possible, so I hope I don't offend anyone, which is kind of the fine line that we walk with this kind of discrimination cases and laws that we're passing. I don't know if what I say is going to offend a lot of people, so please bear with me. Ms. Ingbrenson stated that we women and people in the LGBT community and people of color deal with this daily, multiple times a day. Ms. Ingbrenson, with all due respect, what about me? I deal with discrimination every single day. I'm not a female. I'm straight. I'm white. I'm not a person of color. I deal with discrimination every single day, specifically from my government more than anything, from a lot of these nonprofit programs that say they're out there to help these people, but yet because I'm the minority, because I don't even say I'm the minority, it's because I'm not the minority, I get no help. I think a lot of our council members here attribute the new mentality of discrimination can only come from a place of power, which that scares me. That scares me. That is a dangerous precedent to be setting when the minority are allowed to pick on other people indiscriminately. And so I know I'm not really going to be able to change a lot of your minds on the importance of the First Amendment, and sometimes civil discourse isn't nice. I think we just have to agree to disagree on those issues. The one thing I feel that I can maybe do tonight is let you guys know that this isn't just a LGBT issue. This isn't just a people of color issue. I get concerned. You guys have put a lot of work into this bill over the last 16 years. You guys have been having meetings with different minority groups within our community, and I wonder, I ask myself, how many times have you spoken with the majority of the community to see what they deal with? Wyoming has the highest suicide rate in our country, and that is specifically white males. That is the majority of the people killing themselves in our state right now. And when I read in an article that says, well, women's health centers for abused females, they don't have to help men. We're going to give them that exception. It seems rather callous to take all those people in our state that are killing themselves and telling them that they don't matter. We can still choose not to help you. So, in regards to all this, Mr. Nell, I'm not trying to be a bully. I'm not sitting in my basement
30 seconds.
cursing you guys to the high heavens. I think you, before you moved over to your side of this aisle, you believed much along the same aisle as I did. That what we fear is not true equality. Lady Justice is supposed to be wearing a blindfold, and when we start making exceptions in these programs to government entities and the such, it sets a scary precedent. Thank you for your time.
Questions for Mr. Paulson? Yeah. Mr. Gamroth.
Thanks, Mayor. No question. And I have other comments that I'm saving for later. But to Mr. Paulson's point about suicide rate among men, I just wanted to, I've had several professional roles. I worked at the public health department doing substance abuse and suicide prevention, so it's a topic I'm very passionate about. You make good points. Middle-aged white men are the majority of people that end up taking their life. Women actually attempt more, twice as much though. Men are more successful because they tend to use guns. So that's how that typically plays out. They use a more lethal means, and so they end up disproportionately affected in the number of deaths. So I just wanted, it is important, yes, but I think the nuances of those conversations are important when we bring them up and we discuss them. It's something that we actually, we need to work on in the state, city, county, and state level. But I don't think that's mutually exclusive to the non-discrimination ordinance that we're talking about third reading tonight. You mentioned being a straight white male facing discrimination. You would be covered under this non-discrimination ordinance, both for being straight, for being white, and for being male. If you could prove beyond a burden of a reasonable doubt that you were discriminated against based on any of those three characteristics, you would be covered. And so you used the word minority many times. I just wanted to remind people this ordinance covers race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, national origin, age at this point, or disability. I would say those characteristics probably encapsulate most people. And so I just wanted to offer that rebuttal to your points, but I do appreciate you coming out tonight and speaking.
Go ahead.
Yes, my name's Ross Schrickman. You didn't mention bald people in the ordinance, so I'm not speaking for the bald people.
You're on.
A little light.
I'll join you soon.
Yeah, okay, Kyle. I would like to, I've read the draft, the third draft. Unfortunately, I didn't know about it till yesterday, actually. So it's a third. I know you've probably gone through this quite a bit. I understand the importance of protecting against discrimination. I'm Jewish. There's been a history of discrimination against Jewish people, not so much in the United States, although there has been incidents, like in California, where a Jewish student was removed from the school board, from the student union, because she supports Israel, okay? And that's in California, which is, they're very interested in non-discrimination. I want to address two things. I read the ordinance. I think you need to have some clearer definitions of some of the wording in it. Malicious harm, injury. I am Jewish and I'm pro-life, which is a Jewish value. And I've been cursed at, I've been yelled at, I've been given the finger. Does that hurt? Yes, but have I been harmed? No, I don't think so. We have people that are angry. We have to be careful. There's the word rude. So in your ordinance, what does rude mean? Suppose somebody's having a bad day and they're in the grocery store and a clerk is rude to them. Is it because of their status, their characteristic, or maybe the person's having a bad day? The other area that I'm concerned about is compelled speech. The Supreme Court is working on a case right now. There was a hearing yesterday. I'll give you an example. I'm an insurance agent. I'm also a screenwriter. In the 1980s, I was helpful to several gay couples who were looking for life insurance. During the AIDS epidemic, I delivered a number of checks to surviving partners so that they could pay off their mortgage and remain in their homes. They did not ask me to affirm their relationship. My job was to make sure that they had insurance. I'm also a screenwriter. If let's say a Christian producer came to me and wanted me to write a script about Jesus as God, I would say to them, I'm probably not the right person to do that. So I'm very concerned about those businesses that would be forced to affirm a marriage or relationship as opposed to a restaurant or something else. Another example, let's say you have a lesbian couple that are a team, screenwriting team, and they're asked to write a script honoring a heterosexual marriage. And they would probably say, no, this really doesn't work for us. Would they be in violation of the ordinance? Because they're refusing to do that work. When it comes to creative activity, it could be an artist that happens to be, declare themselves non-binary, and they're asked to take a phrase from the Bible that says a man and a woman and do an illustration. That might not be good, it wouldn't work. And why compel somebody to affirm something? I think you'd rather have somebody that you hire as an artist that affirms what you're trying to do. Okay, so we have to be very careful about that. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
Just a comment, sir.
Yes.
A couple of points you brought up, and
Yeah.
I think deserves some clarification. One is, this ordinance does not affect free speech. It does not stop you from calling a black man the N-word. That's not illegal. It's distasteful. It's a horrible thing to do, but it's not against the law. It's not against this ordinance. It doesn't, what this ordinance is about is malice, assault, and inciting injury against those people for those types of things. Now we're breaking the law.
I didn't read that. In section C, it's accommodations for businesses. That's what I'm talking about.
Let me look.
I didn't read it that way. I read it that every business has to accommodate, and they may not be able to because of their beliefs. And especially when you're talking about artistic talents, whether it be designing a cake, doing an artist. I'm working on another script. A local artist just did a beautiful painting for me, which is, I'm using to market my film. And it's a faith-inspired story.
I can tell you there is an instance of a heterosexual baker who refused to bake a cake for a homosexual couple, and it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and
Right.
they prevailed.
Yes.
So there is Supreme Court
Yeah,
documentation
and
out
it
there.
wasn't baking the cake that the issue was, it was the design. And why wouldn't you want to have a baker that designs your wedding that affirms what you want to do? Why force somebody? They're not going to do a good job, So we just have to be careful about this.
I
That's
agree
my
with you, and
point.
there are latitudes in here
Yeah.
that protect other people as well. We're not trying to, from my point of view and this council's point of view, from the multitude and hours of discussions we have, we're not trying to shove anything down anyone's throat. What we are trying to do is protect people that are in need of protection, that aren't getting it. And that's what this is, for me, that's what this is about. I'm a Christian man, and I have my ideas in the grand scheme of things of how things will play out. But I also know that when Jesus walked this earth, he took care of everyone, especially those that were less fortunate or less protected. And so I see this job in my position as an opportunity to help protect people that are deserving, in need of it, and shouldn't be assaulted and shouldn't be treated that way just because they're thinking different or acting different. That's where I'm at with it, and I'm probably not going to change my vote on it because I think it's fair, I think it's right.
Well-
And I'll give you another analogy that I made about three weeks ago. I look at it like the NFL football game, and you've got all these players out there, and they're suited up in this armor, and they're knocking heads, and they're just knocking the heck out of each other. But that quarterback, he gets special protection. Why? Because he's vulnerable. He doesn't have any way to protect himself when he's scanning the field, trying to find a guy to throw the ball to, People are rushing at him from every direction. They have a right to take him down and put him on the ground. They don't have a right to pulverize him and rip his helmet off and beat the piss out of him. And if you do, you get a flag. Why is that? Because he gets special protection because he's vulnerable. And that's what this is for, in my mind, is to give special protection to vulnerable people.
Anybody that's assaulted, I imagine that Wyoming has laws about assaulting somebody. But this is separate. This is saying you were assaulted because of your
This goes
whatever.
to intent, correct?
Okay?
Correct.
Well, you know, we all have different characteristics. So I don't understand your logic there, because if you physically assault somebody, you physically assault somebody.
But we don't have a state law
Point of order.
for, excuse me?
Point of order.
So I need the people in the galley to please not have outbursts, please. Thank you.
We don't have a state anti-discrimination law. We do have a federal one. However, this gives us an opportunity, or gives our legal system an opportunity to take care of this, because the federal system moves much, much slower. This gives us an opportunity to deal with it here, now, in our community. That's what this is for. You ask why, that's why.
And you're saying harm, but are you talking about physically hurting somebody or insulting somebody?
No, it's not about insulting someone. This is about malicious.
I'm not reading it that way.
It's
Point of order.
It's very plain in
getting
here.
into
It's
discussion.
malicious.
Yeah.
And it's assault is in here, or inciting assault against someone.
Well,
So we're going to go back and forth. We're going to go back and forth on this.
insulting somebody, I mean, there's been, somebody posts something on the internet and then there's a crime somewhere. They're how is that? You know, if you comment on.
This is not about insult, but if you incite assault against someone with your words, now you violated this.
Okay, so Vice Mayor, I'm going to do a point of order here. We've had your comment. We've taken your comment as record. I know, yes, I am. I'm just kind of bringing it around. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, Bob Brechtel, Evansville. The added new law enforcement seems to me like it's motivated most on how a person is perceived instead of a person's words and actions, which is can sometimes make it even terrifying for both the victim and the community at large. This is something that's not confined to rule of law. By definition, the word malicious includes ill will. And to perceive what somebody, that somebody has done something because of some ill will is really like saying that they're guilty of crime of thought. And how does anybody defend themselves against crime of thought? How does an employer, for example, who thinks he has innocently just hired the most qualified person for his organization to defend himself against such charges when somebody says that they should have been hired because of blank? According to the Office of the United States Attorney's Office, one of the things that they wrote was that the message of intolerance that is communicated through hate crimes can often have a broadly disruptive social effect as well, and can lead to greater distrust of law enforcement and friction between the various communities. Growth of this kind of government is not healthy, I don't believe, for our community. It's really not in the best interest of Wyoming, our liberty and our way of life. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any questions for Mr. Brechtel? Okay. Thank you, Bob.
Evening, Council.
Good evening.
Thank you for opening this up to us. We appreciate it. Eric Salveggio, a resident of Casper, over off of Kingsbury. And Miss Lisa, good to see you. It's been quite a while. I'm going to try and keep this short, sweet, to the point. I want to try and also keep it rather neutral. This is obviously a very volatile topic. So I'm just going to bring some points out, a couple questions, and hopefully it will incite a little bit of thought for the council as well. Under the 14th Amendment, all persons born or naturalized in the U.S. and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge, which means to truncate, lessen, or curtail, the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of said laws. So this obviously includes all current laws on the books that surround hate crimes. And I did a little bit of research, and I found that there are currently 7 federal hate crimes that are on the books, as well as 3 federal hate crime policies. Now, the interesting thing to note, it doesn't cover the LGBTQ community. However, if we go back to the 14th Amendment, we now see that there are other laws on the books, and these are persons within the United States that these laws will have to be equally applied to. I'll get to my point on that in just a minute. It said, while Wyoming itself, and I did some research on that, and I was rather surprised to see that we do not have any current laws surrounding this topic. And it's also said that because of it, it will open sexual orientation, gender identity groups open to discrimination. However, where a state has no law, it can still follow, as you know, federal law in our own Constitution concerning equality for law. Unfortunately, as we can see from across, I mean, just look at our news. We see across the country, even across the globe, hate crimes are rampant. The gentleman, I don't remember his name, who said he was Jewish. I applaud him. My wife is Jewish. I'm Italian. There's a mix. But if the state law said if the hate crimes are going to continue to exist, whether it's local, federal, or international laws, the fines and the deterrents that are there are obviously not enough to deter this people or the type of people who commit these crimes from from actually committing these crimes. So one of the questions that I would bring to the council, while the state can obviously enact, or a city, an ordinance, according to the law, it has to be a little more stringent than the federal laws as applied. So one, how does that work? And two, how does the council in the city going to enforce that? At what point does it become, well, you know, it was a misunderstanding, or is it going to be followed to the letter of the law? So people are people. Let's just call it that, period. We all love, we cry, we have hopes and dreams, and more importantly, we all bleed red. No one group or person deserves to be singled out for any special consideration unless they are seen as being mentally or physically handicapped or defenseless, as in the case of children, abused men, or women. To single out anyone else for special considerations outside of these conditions is to make a claim that they deserve more consideration than the average person. Normally in a case, a person is assessed by their ability to operate by what is termed as what a reasonable person—
30 seconds.
Thank you, sir, I saw that— would do under the same circumstances. So, are they who are demanding these special rights and privileges considered reasonable? Is it their behavior or the lifestyle that we're looking at? And notice I make a distinction between the two. Every person has the same rights under the law, according to the 14th Amendment and according to what we have currently on the books If we have something else, it's going to muddy the waters, I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Great. Thank you so much for your comments. Mr. Pyatt.
As I hobble down here, I ought to have something for old folks to getting down here. Mr. Mayor Pacheco and council members, there's been a lot of things covered. I think they must have read my notes. So I want to maybe look backward. I represent an organization called Liberty's Place for You. For the past 2 years, we've conducted perhaps 8 or 9 town halls and forums, and they're public. Some of the topics are controversial, some aren't. We had a town hall for all the school board candidates. And of course, as you know, the 2 pornographic books were a hot topic, and some disagreed that it was. So I want to look at this from this standpoint. As we conduct future town halls, some of the language in this ordinance concerns me as far as our vulnerability. So I'll look back at 2018, and I think a lot of you were here, I don't remember. It was just a resolution, 2018. Place was packed. I was here, and it was for specifically, I think, for the city employees, Casper. Now this thing has jumped the bank, and it's everywhere in Casper. Now my concern is this. As we do those town halls, we're going to have a lot of people come. We don't have a monitor at the door to check who they are or what they think. But, so what concerns me is, in 2018, I said, this thing is going to be a law one of these days. It didn't have to be too smart to guess that. So my concern is, so are we vulnerable? We have town halls, we talk about, for example, we could talk about homosexuality and the history of it. Some would be offended by that term. It's the DSM 3, 4, and 5 don't have that term, but so some people, and we might say that the LGBTQ agenda radically redefines marriage, family, and biological truths. We think that, we believe that. And some of us believe some timeless, immutable truths. And I did want to say before I forgot, Steve, we want to thank you for your vote against it. We hope some more will do it. So we're asking to not approve this. It's too broad, and the 14th Amendment, that guy stole my thought on that, but so that should cover people. But what I call philosophical creep happens if you look back in history, something that becomes a whimper in 2018 is now a loud voice coming from here. Liberty's Place for You, we believe in small government, even in the city, and not government intrusion. We believe in individual liberty. So my concern is, are we, Mayor Pacheco, as we do our town halls, somebody comes and doesn't like what we say, how do we stand? And that's my concern.
Okay.
So.
Would you like an answer?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I always like an answer.
Well, what I can say, and I'll be, I would understand that I know you guys meet with open hearts to discuss things in a rational sense, and you're not hoping to meet to be hateful, to be discriminatory. You meet to discuss and to gain knowledge.
And it's our opinions.
And your opinions. Right. And I think those are still protected, even under this ordinance. And that would be my hope. The idea behind that, I know when we get to discussions, Mike, our council members, because I don't want to take too much time from this point, we'll also mention why we feel like it's going to be good. But I would say, as far as your guys' meetings, we'll definitely be there, and I would love to attend that and to listen and to hear what you guys have to say.
I'll keep you informed.
That would be great.
Based on that, and we'll have somebody come pick you up if you're not there.
Love it.
No.
I don't know if I should be scared or not, Mike.
It's not a warning, it's a greeting. But let me say this, and I think with the few seconds I have left, I know there are people here in the audience that attend our town hall. We have sometimes much 175 people come. So I've talked to some of our constituents. They're concerned about this. So today, it may be okay. So my concern again is that creep from whether it's small government, whatever, into our lives and my free speech. So I thank you for that, and I'll take any other question.
Any questions? Yeah, Councilmember Pollock.
Add one thing to your answer that you provided. I think it would depend almost entirely on if the forums resulted in some sort of violent attack on somebody during or after the forum. So
Now, when you say violent, you talking about verbal or fisticuffs?
The latter.
It hasn't happened yet.
So then I think I think you're fine in your context. I think that, presuming that that doesn't become the case, I don't see why this would apply to that conversation.
We did have to escort somebody out one time that was inebriated. So.
And that's against the law? Public intox?
We never thought we'd have to have a breathalyzer at our meetings. Now, because there is I think something here about inciting. So that's where my concern comes in. So if we say something about anyone, homosexual, gay, a politician, and they're upset, is that inciting them? I can hear it rattling. Bruce, what do you say?
It's not inciting someone. What would be inciting was if in your meeting, and you have 175 people there, and you had, let's just say, a person of, a gay man at your meeting, and you all said, let's take him out, and you guys, let's get together and take him out and work him over. That's inciting violence against that man because of his orientation. That's the problem. Your discussions and the things you talk about are not a problem.
Councilmember Gamroth.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Mike, for coming to speak tonight. For further clarification on this issue, I would definitely refer to the ordinance. Anyone can find it on the city's website for tonight's meeting. Starts on page 170, outlines the ordinance. The definitions are right in there. So malice is defined as assault of another, assault and battery of that person, injuring, defacing, or destroying property of another. And then you'll see subsection B there, inciting imminent lawless violence against another. It lays it out exactly right there, what the definition of that is. And going back to this ordinance also includes the same burden beyond a reasonable doubt. And so ask any prosecuting attorney, I guess, what sort of evidence needs to be laid out to present a case that they believe that they can win. In regards to this ordinance, it's not just a simple, I interpreted what they said as, I don't think that evidence is going to hold up in court, and that's why you don't see folks winning hate crime laws across the country based on such frivolous, evidence. It has to be overt, it has to be direct, it has to be pretty clear that you're discriminating against somebody or inciting violence against them based exclusively on those protected classes. So we've heard lots of hypotheticals this evening. I would just encourage people to refer to the ordinance as it's written and be mindful that that burden beyond a reasonable doubt, it's a high bar to set. I've talked to several prosecuting attorneys just to kind of reassure myself with the language in this ordinance. So again, page 170 of the packet tonight if anyone's interested in further clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pyatt. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jill Felbeck-Jones. I'm an educator in our community, and I've also been part of the LGBTQ Advisory Committee. This was my first experience with anything in government, and it's been a fantastic experience. I've learned a lot, and so I want to thank City Council for creating that committee. I think this is a fantastic thing for Casper. Our federal government has said that it's important enough to protect our vulnerable people, as we see in history over and over again. And our state did not put in a non-discrimination legislation. So I think it's fantastic that Casper is following Cheyenne, Laramie. I think Cody was the third one. I think this is going to be great for our community. When you look at research, when our most vulnerable feel safe, more people feel safe. When a community feels safe, you're going to see growth. And economic growth is something that Wyoming and Casper definitely need. And research tells us that when we do this, have this kind of legislation, economics follows it. So I really commend the City of Casper Council for what you've done. And I look forward to this being passed tonight. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Many questions for Jill? Thanks, Jill.
Oh, could I say one more thing?
Yes.
On behalf of my students, the student population has changed over time, and I just think this is really going to empower them to be more self-confident, not to be so afraid to go out and be themselves. So as an educator, you know, that has really meant a lot to me, and I know it means a lot to my students. Thank you.
Thanks, Jill. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Daryl Wagner. First, thank you all for continuing this conversation and all of the hours and hours and hours that we've put in both on that side of the railing and on this side of the railing for getting this ordinance this far. As you can see, I'm a middle-aged, overweight white guy. I don't see a lot of discrimination there. I'm a member of a group that is, you know, musicians at church. Don't see a lot of discrimination there. I teach at Casper College, and I don't see a lot of discrimination as a teacher. But I have to tell you that in the 6 years I have been here, I have seen college professionals who express themselves as non-binary leaving town because of the way they were treated in a public place here in Casper and did not feel protected. I know 2 people who are in a long-term committed relationship who are professionals who left town because, for one of the reasons, they were denied housing because they were a couple. As a teacher, I have seen at least 4 students coming into college freshman class who were afraid of going to the bathroom in their high schools, who were afraid to wear whatever they wanted that was acceptable by their school standards because they did not feel safe in their schools. In 2018, the council passed a resolution saying this is a good idea. And now, in 2022, we need to pass an ordinance saying it's a good idea and we're willing to do something about it as a community. Thank you.
Any questions for Daryl? Great. Thanks, Daryl. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Keith Nakbar, Casper, Wyoming. First, I want to say that it is patently false to characterize this law as only dealing with assault and battery and inciting violence. That is simply false. This law deals with housing, public accommodation, and employment. And for those of you who have not read it, I would encourage you to read sections C, D, and E of the ordinance. You know, I've asked over and over again to this council rhetorically how this criminal law will be enforced on businesses, and I have never yet heard or seen one explanation. I think I finally figured out why. And that is because this is not an enforceable law as a criminal offense. I believe that this law is being passed by this council to make a small percentage of citizens feel good at the expense of the majority. I did a bit of research and could not find one other jurisdiction that imposes criminal penalties for employment practices. This law is the equivalent of a bathroom bill. It's the equivalent of the cake decorator bill that the United States Supreme Court did not support. It's the equivalent of a bill that they have in Colorado, or a law that they have in Colorado, that required a website designer to design a website that was contrary to their deep-held beliefs, which was just argued at the Supreme Court a few days ago. This law also does not protect everyone as it's been characterized. For instance, it does not protect convicted sex offenders. It does not protect convicted felons. It does not protect illegal immigrants. So please don't mischaracterize this law as saying that it protects everyone, because that's not true. It protects certain categories of citizens that this council, as politicians, have decided are worthy of more protection than the rest of the people. This is exactly why this is bad law. It leaves some behind. It protects politically selected categories of people, leaving the rest of the citizens of Casper behind. And if you look at the definitions, they are horribly problematic. Discrimination is essentially defined as treating someone in a worse way. What does that mean? I'm not sure anyone knows what that means. In a worse way? Does that mean if I look at you wrong, that I've discriminated against you? Gender identity, defined as, in part, a person's internal sense of gender. If it's their internal sense of gender, how is an employer, a public facility, or a housing provider to determine what their internal sense of gender is? It also, gender identity talks about how individuals perceive themselves. How is a provider supposed to figure out how someone perceives themselves? This is a terribly vague and improperly written law that is unenforceable. As I've said before, these subjects are heavily regulated by the federal government with case law, regulations, procedures, policies, all that address these issues appropriately, and it should be left in their hand. We should not be passing laws to make some people feel good while leaving others behind. All people should be treated equally under the law. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Nakbar? So, Mr. Nakbar, I do have just a real quick question or a clarification. So you've characterized that this is really bad law, legislation. So we followed quite a bit. We looked at other places, Cheyenne, Laramie. We worked pretty hand in hand with the mayor down there to talk about, hey, we want to make sure we're on the right track. We're going to be doing these things. Other places around the country are doing this. Multiple states, multiple municipalities. Would you characterize, since we followed that the majority of the rest of the country that is doing this is doing bad law? I guess that would be my wonder, because I felt like we were trying to follow the letter of the law to make sure that we're doing that, and we were characterized by the research that we did, the 18 months that we did the research, with several lawyers working on it, talking about it, looking at it at the other places. So I just want to make sure that you're characterizing the majority of the rest of the states and the municipalities that are doing this as bad law.
Well, here's what I would say. First off, I think that this ordinance adds those three components, Part C, D, and E, which I don't believe are addressed by other jurisdictions in the state. So we're not only imposing what other jurisdictions have put into place, but we're adding some bells and whistles to it.
Okay.
So we're giving employers, housing providers, the threat of criminal prosecution, okay? And I don't think that's in other jurisdictions.
Okay.
Also, I don't think nationally, I know there were some statistics cited that, gosh, everyone's doing this. I couldn't find any jurisdictions, and I may be wrong, there may be one or two or a few out there, but I sure couldn't find any that impose criminal penalties for this kind of stuff.
Okay. Great.
So I think it is bad law. I think we are not doing the same thing that others do. I think we're doing something entirely different and well beyond what other jurisdictions are doing.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate your comments.
I'm shorter than most people up here.
You're good.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name's Alexis Worthen. I am 17 years old. I'm a senior here, just a few blocks down the street at NC, and I'm really excited to be here tonight. I'm just here because I know, I think something that we need to acknowledge is the fact that most of you guys are probably not going to change your minds about how we're voting tonight. But I want to commend you guys for the research and hard work that has been diligently put into this bill. I compete in speech and debate at Toronto County High School. I compete in what I was sent down this past summer to do. This summer was in Kentucky to compete on a national-based level in domestic events, issues, and policy. So I also spend a good portion of my weekends competing in congressional debate, which means we mock Congress and we discuss bills. So when I tell you, as I've gone over this amendment, I find no faults. I find that this is remarkably progressive, and I would like to say that this is an excellent framework for this city going forward. I know a big struggle for businesses, especially local businesses right now, is retention of students in Wyoming. And there's been so many great programs like the Hathaway program, which is a huge emphasis in schools of how students can stay in Wyoming for education and how that helps us retain. And this amendment is an economic, essentially boon, because by having this amendment being passed and in our framework, what we're saying here is that more students are more likely to stay in Casper. Something in my circles that I'm relatively often aware is I want to leave as soon as possible because Casper isn't kind to me. Well, this is just a step forward in Casper being the city I know it really is, somewhere of remarkable diversity and growth and love on all sides of this town, no matter where you come from. You know, I was a student of Miss Fellback Jones for many, many years, who was up here earlier, and you know, I'm a product of Casper, and I know how just remarkable this amendment is, and I know how much effort has been put into it. And again, it will only encourage retention of students, retention of people coming in from out of state. It's remarkably well researched. There is so many definitions and clarifications, and every potential question or hypothetical situation that has been brought up previously is answered in this amendment. There's been months, years of work on this particular amendment. It is not something that is ill will or to appease a small minority. It is to protect the citizens of Casper, of all walks of life, which this bill does, which it's so important. And I want to thank everyone here for having such a progressive mindset and ensuring that our citizens are kept safely no matter, again, of what is covered, because it covers large things, which puts us on our best foot forward and shows the people of the world who Casper really is, and that they care about their constituents and they care about people like me being here. So thank you again for being here, and thank you again for putting your time and effort, because I know there's a lot that goes into this. So thank you.
Questions for Ms. Worthen? Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening. This has been quite a long time of discussion, but I've watched as everyone takes every comment, every concern. I see how you're all processing it, and you're being very thoughtful. That's kind of emblematic of this entire process that you've had, which is the thing that I wanted to commend you the most on, is how you arrived at today's point, you started by asking questions. You asked questions about experiences that are outside of your own, and you learned something different, and you got to see how somebody walks through town, and has a different experience than we do. Just recently, a friend of mine, I was walking down the street. I decided to give him a hug at the end of the street, and a car drove by and yelled a homophobic slur. That's not protected under this, but when I saw his face and what he thought was coming next, that was different than how I walk through the street. I don't have to worry about somebody hopping out of a car and insulting me because of a hug or because of a gesture of love that I give to maybe my partner. But he did. That fear is reduced because of this ordinance, and that I think is seen. What I hope that you all get to see in time is the fruit of this labor. I got to be part of a group where we affirmed space. We told people that they were welcome for who they are. And I got to see the impact that had on their daily lives. And I hope that you get to see that, even though it might not be in the rooms that you inhabit in your daily life. I saw how people with disabilities living with developmental disabilities who have a high rate of assault and domestic abuse in their lives, for being a person with a disability, how they felt welcome and safe in a space because they knew everyone that was in that room loved them. You are saying that about Casper. That is your room. That is the house that you are defining for everyone, that this is safe, and that is the message that this ordinance sends. I did hear from some youth that there was concerns. I encourage you to support the ordinance as is, and I heard in the work session that you're considering maybe removing age from it to have a deeper study and explore that more thoroughly. I really applaud that. I think there's a lot of questions. I heard some concerns from youth over the past couple of weeks about their experiences going into businesses, their experiences at David Street Station and other spaces, and I know there's some other youth leaders in here that might can attest to those. By removing that from this ordinance, it gives you more time to repeat this process that you've had, where you get to learn more about those experiences, you get to compile more evidence, more data, and make a timely decision on another policy that maybe better suits those concerns. What I encourage you to do is not get caught up in the kind of any action, no action bind. You clearly are not just willy-nilly about this. You're not just taking the first thing that appears from you. You've spent 20 months exploring this, but also don't get caught up in the no action bind where we're waiting for perfect. I think this sets us up really well. As the president of the Wyoming Engaged Council, we serve 16 to 35-year-olds in the state. It was set up under Governor Meade. It was during the time that they were exploring the Endow committee and looking at revenue 20 years from now. Actually, it's probably like 15 years from now, 10 years from now. In that committee, they had no one that would even be like in the workforce by the time that we reached that 20 years. They had no one from the younger demographic represented in those conversations to be able to share what it was that we saw or the generations before, like what we saw we needed to stay here in Wyoming and in Casper. Non-discrimination ordinances, more protections for people. That was in all of our statewide surveys. That's always came to the top as a priority for retaining youth that are born here, that live here and grown up here, multi-generational families that have grown in Wyoming. That committee, however, the Engaged Council, was kind of set up as an any action, right? It was, we didn't have these voices at the table. We need them. The Endow's about to finish. Let's get them here now and soak up as much as we can. I think today, if we belabor too much on youth needs, we're only going to give it a small bit of time.
30 seconds.
Engaging that conversation to see some actual policy come out that betters their lives going into a business, going into housing or exploring our downtown. So thank you again. But the three things I ask on that regard are, you have a youth council, please invest in them, please support them. I understand that they're exploring a climate survey. I would love to see it distributed widely in the schools and outside the schools. And the third is once you get that survey back, please identify policy decisions at that point. Thank you.
Any questions for Tyler? No. Thanks, Tyler. Before we keep going, can I get an idea of how many more are considering speaking, just so we get an idea? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Bo Griffith. First off, I would just like to thank all of you for your consideration and all you have done this far with the ordinance. From a young age, I have wanted to leave Wyoming because of how I see our state. And as things like this emerge, Casper and Wyoming as a whole seem to be a safer and more accepting place. I don't necessarily have anything I want to say. Honestly, I did not come here tonight thinking I would be speaking. But after everything that has been said tonight, I do want to stand up and say that this ordinance protects everyone. I am Caucasian. I am agnostic. I was born female, but I am gender fluid. My pronouns are she, they, etc. This ordinance does protect me. At the same time, though, if I were a white, Christian, cis hetero man, I would still be protected from malicious harm. As all of you have said before, as long as you can prove you were discriminated against beyond a shadow of a doubt, this ordinance protects most everyone, if not everyone. I don't necessarily see a reason to want this ordinance to not pass unless you have the intent to harm others based on who they are. I do understand that people have their own opinions, and those may or may not be changed by what others have to say. But for the people that are continuously discriminated against in the form of assault or malicious harm, whether they are black or white, Christian or Jewish, cisgender or transgender, female or male, disabled or able-bodied, etc., this ordinance is important, and having it passed would do a lot of good in our community. And with that, I will end with one last thing. For your consideration and what you have done so far with the ordinance, I truly thank you.
Questions for Bo? All right. Thanks, Bo.
Good evening. I'm Joanne True, and I'm from the city of Casper. I am here to speak in favor of the ordinance. I submitted, along with my husband, some comments to all of the city councilors earlier today, but I thought it would be helpful if we showed up and spoke. I'd like to first talk about my role as a small business owner in the community. We've had a lot of conversations, and it's great to see small business owners who are trying to branch out and do great things in our community. I will say that as a small business owner, it's a little tough right now in the employment situation, and retaining employees is tough. As the youth speakers have said, a lot of that is because we're losing our youth. I feel like having this ordinance in place would help promote an inclusive and business-friendly environment. And it would only help business owners like myself recruit employees and help build and develop the local economy. Second, I also want to speak as a parent to 6 children, and I want to thank the youth for being in this room. It's nice to see so many young faces, regardless of what side of the topic they're on. But our biggest issue in the state right now is retaining our youth. I want my own children selfishly to stay here. And I think this ordinance does, as the prior 2 youth speakers spoke, it shows demonstrably to our youth that we want them here. We want them protected. We care about their concerns. They're bringing these concerns. I know that the Youth Council was instrumental in doing the work on this project, and I think that clearly their voices need to be heard. I think those conclude my comments. I know it's been a long night already, and I know that there are others. But I would like to thank you for your extensive work on this. I know it's been a long time coming, and I just want to, again, speak in favor of the ordinance. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. True? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and fellow members of Council. My name is Seth Hollier. I'm a business owner within the downtown area of Casper. Some of you may know me as someone who attends these meetings fairly regularly. I rarely speak, but I do feel as a business owner that it's important to be aware of what's happening within our city. I want to first start out by saying that I commend all the hard work of the various organizations that have put in time to get us to where we are today. What you have done is no small feat. Hopefully, we make history today by being another stepping stone in the climb to treat everyone with dignity and respect. I want to acknowledge that the passage of this ordinance is the first step in providing a mechanism to assist anyone who is a victim of hate or discrimination. It also shows the nation, the state, and our city that hate and discrimination has no place here. I support this ordinance and the good that it will bring with it. I do, however, believe that it is prudent that we continue the conversation that this ordinance has started. We are not at the finish line yet, and particularly the language specifying age as a protected class only for the older age demographic can create discrimination towards younger people. I also think that the health of ordinance like this is strengthened by a public comment period in which community members have a chance to show potential weaknesses and share their concerns. So I appreciate you listening and responding to comments brought forth today and at previous meetings, and being open to amendments when necessary to address concerns of city members. Over the past week, I've had discussions with youth members within our city to better understand the discrimination happening within the younger population. We have identified policies of businesses refusing to let youth shop in certain areas of stores, rental properties that impose higher deposits based purely on age. We have identified pay discrimination with a strong correlation to age. And in speaking with business owners, it seems like the attitude towards youth is that they aren't quite ready yet and that they're troublesome to deal with. We have heard and seen firsthand the heavy-handed policing when it comes to incidents involving youth, and it is clear that within the city of Casper, ageism, specifically regarding to youth, is pervasive and entrenched within our society. We have been told that there lacks case law that supports the inclusion of youth within an ordinance like this. I have taken time to send everyone here case law and incidents that create a sorry, I lost my place. I have devoted time to find case law that provides a roadmap that allows inclusion of youth, and I have shared that with all of you via email. I have spoken with national youth advocacy groups around the country to get a better understanding of the impacts of ordinance such as this, and have formed a node with the National Youth Rights Association to provide resources, oversights, and to ensure that the issue of youth related to youth discrimination and rights within the city of Casper is not an issue that is pushed aside and does not get addressed. I would like to point out that since the comment I made at last City Council, I have been approached by local, state, and even national news organizations regarding youth rights. All eyes are on Casper right now. Dr. Vinaya de la Fuentes with the World Health Organization has given us a framework to address ageism within society, and she states that the three main strategies that work in addressing ageism is policy and law, educational activities, and the intergenerational interventions. We have heard last council that many youth are choosing to leave this city after high school for better opportunities. Your action can provide a system to foster those opportunities within our city. As it stands now, we're making significant progress, and I do not want to tarnish the ordinance or take away from the statement that we are making by passing it. If we are not able to address the age concerns and amend the ordinance today, I would like to suggest that we show youth in this town that we are committed to recognizing, understanding, and addressing their plight by setting some time aside in one of the next work sessions to form a plan that addresses injustice within the city regarding youth. I would also ask that you are open with the public about the progress related to youth rights, and look forward to working with you as we follow the progress in regards to youth rights, which we'll continue to advocate for at this lectern until progress is made.
Great. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Hollier? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Any others?
Good evening, Mayor and fellow members of council. My name is Madison Moore. I am age 17 and currently attend Natrona County High School as a senior. I, as someone, notice that discrimination is something that is already prominent in this modern society. It is evident in a lot of public spaces, jobs, and a lot of our schools. So I have seen and experienced firsthand multiple levels of discrimination against my race, ethnicity, sexuality, age, etc. This has caused many people I know and do not know to have a lot of suicidal thoughts and actions. As of February 2022, Wyoming gained the #1 spot of doubling the national average of 14.5 deaths per 100,000 people. We currently stand at 29.3 deaths per 100,000 people. This is the second leading cause of death in Wyoming and is prominent in ages 10 through 44. A lot of researchers have found links between discrimination, stigma, and suicide risk among LGBTQ youth. A 2019 study found that perceived discrimination was associated with an increased risk of thoughts of suicide among LGBTQ youth. A study from 2020 found that LGBTQ youth who reported internalized stigma related to their sexual orientation were less likely to say if they would seek help and experience suicidal thoughts than their LGBT peers who did not report internalized stigma. Several studies have also found a relationship between experiences of racism and suicide risk, especially among Black youth. A 2017 study found that experiences of discrimination, such as being followed around in stores and being called names or insulted, increased the risk of suicidal thoughts among Black youth. A 2022 study found that both overt and experiences of racism, such as being harassed or insulted by peers due to one's race or ethnicity, and subtle experiences of racism, such as feeling that their peers are suspicious of them or don't listen to them because of race or ethnicity, were associated with thoughts of suicide among Black and Latinx youth. Limited research examines the relationship between discrimination and suicide risk among youth with disabilities as well. A 2018 study found that youth with disabilities were more likely to report suicidal thoughts than their peers without disabilities. Another study from 2021 outlines the evidence for increased risk of suicide among individuals with disabilities and their elevated experiences of marginalization. This includes social exclusion, prejudice, discrimination, etc. The role of identity-based discrimination in suicide attempts is complex when youth hold multiple marginalized identities as well. In 2018, we found that peer victimization was a significant predator of suicidal thoughts among LGBTQ youth and youth with disabilities, and youth who reported high levels of peer victimization, who identified as both LGBTQ and disabled, were the most likely to report suicidal thoughts. I appreciate everyone's effort to support this ordinance, and it is much appreciated as I, a youth member of LGBTQ, have always wanted to leave Casper for some of these very reasons of discrimination. I hope that with this ordinance, more youth will want to stay here and grow this state, this great city and this great state. And I hope that with this, we will continue to grow, and we will continue to love each other no matter what our sexual orientation, race, age, etc., religion, or anything else has to do with it. I hope that we can all grow as equals and we can all learn to understand each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sophie McPhee. I'm 17, a part of the LGBTQ community, and I go to school at NC. I want to speak on behalf of both LGBTQ and the youth in this town, both being treated not great, you know. I have many examples of just me and my friends going out to random places to do shopping for friends, like birthday stuff, and getting kicked out of places for not doing anything. I do theater at NC. I do tech theater, and every year we have a car circle in the teacher's parking lot, and it is always the most fun part of our production. It is a big tradition that we do every single year, and the past 2 times the cops have been called by other students and other people because we were being disruptive, I guess, is what the police were told. The first time it was because someone said that we had alcohol, which is absolutely not true. We were a bunch of theater kids trying to hang out in a parking lot, like just to blow off some steam after our show. And that's a really strict rule that we have because we would like to continue our traditions like that. It's really important to all of us. Another example I have is at the dollar store or the Family Dollar by NC. If you're a teenager, you're not allowed to go in certain parts of the store by yourself, which is really like frustrating as someone who tries my absolute hardest to be respectful in this community. And for many years after putting so much into our community and then being treated back like that. And so everybody here wonders why the youth is acting this way, and I think it's probably because we are being treated like criminals and delinquents. So we, some of us act like that, and there's absolutely students and teenagers that deserve to be getting in trouble. Example for today, like what happened at NC, that was a big deal, and I'm glad that a lot of the teachers and staff at NC were standing up for the fact that it wasn't a youth issue, it was this student issue. It's not all of us. We're not all disrespectful delinquents, like I promised. And it's really frustrating getting kicked out of stores and places when I'm not doing anything, I also just wanted to talk a little bit about the LGBTQ issues specifically at schools. Last year, for example, we had to take down everything during Pride Month because it was offensive to some other students. And that is so frustrating being part of the community because it feels like they don't want us here, which is why so many people want to leave. So much of our youth wants to get out of here right after high school because it feels like they don't want us here. So I really, truly thank you guys for trying to help us with that because it makes us feel seen and heard and safe. So, thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Yeah, Vice Mayor.
Please. I'm curious, you seem like a very respectful young lady, and I believe that you are because you've told me you are. But Family Dollar, let's say, they get inundated with a lot of high school kids, and not all of them are well-behaved and have good intentions. And I believe, in speaking to the manager there, they've been robbed and shoplifted and stolen so many times because they get so many kids in there at one time, and they don't have enough staff to keep eyes on them. That's why they came up with the rule that you can't go into certain areas, unless there's a staff present. So my question for you, and you brought that up, that was a frustrating point for you. Not everyone is honorable. Not all those kids are there with good intentions. So if you own that store, how are you going to handle that?
You are absolutely right. They have had so many problems, and I feel so horrible for their business because they're just trying to do their thing, and people that look my age are coming in and ruining that for them. So that specific part, I don't know how to solve, to be honest with you.
I don't think they do either, and I just
Yeah.
want to make you aware of that. I think
Yeah.
they're doing the best they can too, so.
Absolutely, yeah.
Any others? Thank you so much.
Good evening. Terry Drake, Ward 1. Bear with me, I had to scratch a bunch of stuff out because people already touched on it.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Busy. First, I want you to know I do appreciate that you guys have brought this discussion to the table and acknowledging the issues that I and many other citizens face and have faced in our daily lives. Starting the discussion is the first step, and it's a big step. I don't feel the discussion lasted long enough before we came out with the ordinance, before you came up with the ordinance. Tonight we've heard, especially tonight we've heard from a number of people speaking about walking around in fear, in the comments and the transgressions that go on. And unfortunately, the ordinance is going to stop that. It's going to do nothing to alleviate those problems. What Mr. Nakbar had said, alluded to earlier about creating criminal
repercussions for some of these things. Even the Department of Justice website states that that hate crime statutes require prosecutors to prove that the accused acted out of racist motives in committing the criminal act, and this burden has been extremely difficult, if not impossible, for prosecutors to meet. So I think that that's another place that it's just really not enforceable. Really, that statement should make us all kind of take pause before we move forward with these things, any municipality that contemplates these actions. I believe we should have more discussions about the subject, and really I speak against just in the general notion that the increasing amount of government regulation, especially when it's laws and ordinances that aren't going to correct the problem, it's not going to do anything to stop it. Those people are still going to yell stuff at us when we walk by. They're still going to, the car statement, that's going to continue to happen. I have to ask, did the council do any kind of impact study as far as how many violent incidents happen based on hateful motives before we got to this point?
I don't believe we did, and I could be mistaken. I know we did a lot of the studying with our advisory council, and our attorney did the majority of the research for us. But was there any impact studies or other than anecdotal? No, I don't believe so.
Biggest reason I ask that is because I don't think it's a big problem here. I think that speech is the big problem, and I think that that's an education thing, and countering it with counter speech is really what we do. People aren't going to change their minds because they're afraid of getting punished. We see that every day with the amount of people that we see on the jail rosters. That's about it. In all my reading that I do, even before this, I just read a lot. And one of the statements that I read that just really resonates with me about these types of ordinances in general is this. It says, no matter how many synonyms are invoked to try and encompass the inherent vague, broad, and manipulable concept of hate, these laws unavoidably vest broad discretion in enforcing authorities. Even when such authorities act in the utmost good faith, they cannot enforce such unduly vague laws except in accordance with their own subjective values or those of other people. As one would expect in government where officials are appropriately accountable to their constituents, officials are likely to enforce these open-textured laws in accordance with the values of significant community interest groups. And I think that's something that we all need to think about. And it's a nice gesture to say that we're all inclusive and that we are non-discriminatory. But the criminal aspect of it, I think it's going to be manipulated, and I just really don't think it's going to solve the problems. And that's really all I got. They got all the rest of it for me.
Great. Questions for Mr. Drake? Right.
Just a comment.
No, go ahead.
If I may. In 2018, this council passed a resolution. This is 2022. We're on our third reading for an ordinance. And although I would agree with, in part, with what you say, this may be hard to enforce, but we are taking steps as a council and as a city to correct a grievance. And this isn't perfect. And I would imagine in the next 4 years, we'll see more, I hope. But the idea is to get something started, to start protecting people that are going unprotected. And so I agree with you in part. I don't know that this has everything we need, but I think it's a start. It's a middle ground, because we started in 18, and 4 years later, we're still trying to move forward to protecting people and making this a better, safer place to live. That's where we're at with it.
Well, and I understand that, but even I said it the last time I was here under the penalty section. The penalty's the same. If I assault someone in this room right now, the penalties are exactly the same as the penalties being proposed here for assault and vandalism. So I mean, nothing changes really. It's nothing but talk at this point. Like I said, it's good that the discussion is going on, and I think that discussion needs to happen.
And just so you do know, in talking to the prosecutors, the penalties are the same, But if they can prove the hate crime element of it, the punishment will be to the letter of the law, whereas right now, you may be eligible for a 6 months in jail and a $750 fine for a normal assault, but generally what happens is they give you a $100 fine and put you on probation. With the hate element, you're gonna get nailed. I'm just telling you, it's gonna be different. And you have to remember, the prosecutor's office for the city of Casper works for this council. And they'll be directed to carry this out and do what it's intended to do. So hopefully, eventually, we will start to see some change. That's our hope.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. Good evening.
Good evening. Debbie Salvador. What I'm hearing is that you want people to feel safe and protected and to have a voice, is what I think this is coming down to. And I'm glad that age has been brought up, because as an older person and helping lots of older people, I know that there's abuse going on. There's a lot of not good things. But I also agree with our youth that they also need protected by age. And as a retired teacher, probably the most vulnerable would be our children. And so I'm not sure how to deal with that. But I would really like you to consider another group, and maybe that already fits into some of these, and that would be people of lower income. And I say that because of housing issues that I see as I drive around town, and I see dilapidated. I might see a nice apartment, but I might see one that's really torn down. And I know that there was an ordinance, and I agreed with Amber that people may not come forward because they feel intimidated. And if that's the best place you can live, then you're not going to say anything. But as a city, how can we allow that? And also, as I drive to North Casper every day to visit friends, I see people at the bus stop. They're sitting on the ground, or by Albertsons. They're standing in tennis shoes in the snow. And that is our city's responsibility. And I feel like that they are being discriminated against because of their low income. And so I would really like you to think about how we will address those issues. Perhaps an advisory board for those stakeholders that are in low income. Definitely age would, an advisory board, because that's the only way you're going to know what's happening in the city. And I don't know how many other advisory boards you have, but if you really want things to change, then you need to get the pulse of what's going on in this city. I think that's all that I have to say, except Kyle. I taught Corey. I didn't teach you, but I'm proud that you're a Grant alumni. And Mayor, I taught you how to read.
That is true. She had me.
You don't want to advertise that too loud.
Thank you, Miss Salvador. Good evening.
They're never tall enough. Is that working?
Yeah.
Dan Sobrowski, Bar None, Wyoming, Mayor Pacheco.
Hi, Dan.
Wasn't prepared to speak this evening, but I got to tell you, the idea of these laws, it comes from a feel-good spirit that we want to do right amongst our citizens. And I don't think there's any person on this board or in this room that has any sort of ill will or intention in the future with this law. But let me make a prediction, because as a political junkie, a founding member of Liberty's Place for You, we delve into controversial issues. We have promoted very conservative candidates and have had great success in this county in promoting conservative candidates. Ideologies clash on the leftist ideology in the Republican Party and the Democrat Party with our group and candidates like-minded like us. What I've seen in this country is when the left can't argue their ideological viewpoints, they come after you. My prediction is in a few years, Attorney Keith Nakbar, unfortunately he's left, is going to be an enriched man because of laws like these. I see myself in a few years by some Bruce, you mentioned the prosecutors somewhat work at your guys' discretion. New boards will come and go, new law enforcement, new prosecutors. All it takes is an overzealous council to start coming after the loudest political activists in the community. I assume I would be target number one in the future. So if that's the case, I would expect you to visit me in jail, apologize for what you're about to vote on, and we'll see. Hopefully my prediction doesn't come true, but it does scare me. So.
Questions for Mr. Sabrowski? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dan. Good evening.
Good evening. Dennis Steensland here. I just want to say thanks to all the work you do, just like everybody else has said. John Henley especially. This has been a terrible situation for John. I first came to this meeting, I'm concerned about the enforcement of it. I've been concerned about all the ordinances the city has presented and enforcement, and some of them aren't, some of them are. But I guess the reason it made me come up was I would like to advise everybody back here, this is the third reading, and it's going to be passed tonight, in my opinion. I would wonder where all of you were for the first reading, the second reading, and your input. Now, maybe you did give your input. I don't know. I'm a paper guy. I've got to give my input personal. I don't do texting. I don't do any of that. But anyway, I haven't seen but a half a dozen of these people that have followed this through and really probably understand it. I've tried to follow it and understand it. I do not understand it. But anyway, I hope it does well. I'm concerned with enforcement on it. I'm just hoping this will bring everybody to the first meeting and the second meeting, and then the third reading. You'll know how the vote is going to go, and you'll have put in your input and maybe gotten some stuff changed. I think tonight's too late. They're going to change one item, I understand, but tonight's not the night to bring up new ideas. The first and the second meetings was for the ideas. I appreciate everybody's input. It's been very educational. I must live in a very sheltered world. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Steensland. Yeah, Councilmember Gamroth.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Mr. Steensland, for your comments. I just want to echo the point you made about the third reading. I am always super glad to see full council chambers. I love seeing people engaging in the political process. I love getting emails and phone calls and people following what we're doing and making their voices heard. I'm never, ever going to discourage people from doing that, but you do bring up a good point. The third reading is probably the least valuable opportunity to provide that input because it's on the floor and we have to make the decision tonight whether to codify it or not. Any amendments would have to be made on the floor. That's not a great process. And so to echo what you said, I would definitely encourage folks, first and second reading are really the opportunities where we can kind of process that feedback, make possible changes, have the opportunities to debate them amongst ourselves. And so I realize there's lots of news in the world and it's hard to catch these things early on, but I would just encourage you maybe to follow the local news outlets that do a really good job. You know, there's been 6, 7 probably articles on this ordinance as it's worked its way through the process. And so I'd encourage you to follow those local outlets. You might consider following my Facebook page. I try to let people know these sorts of things are coming down the pipeline. So I just wanted to echo what you said. I'm super grateful to see everyone in the room tonight, and I'm absorbing your feedback, and I think we all are. However, the earlier you can get that feedback to us, certainly the better. So thanks, Mr. Steensland.
Good evening.
I am Bill Alleman from Midwest. I am the new representative of House District 58 elect. And first thing I'd like to do is to tell all of these young people how terrible it is if there's any discrimination against them for anything. Then second, we've heard about a gentleman giving another gentleman a hug and somebody driving by in a car and giving him a dirty look. This bill or this ordinance isn't going to stop that. This ordinance is not going to stop anything that these people are going through. I don't know what this ordinance is going to stop. It's just making us feel good. I think instead of this ordinance, and I'm not for this either, but a bullying ordinance would go a lot further than this would. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions?
I do.
Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Alaman, you're going to be representing us on a state level.
Yes, sir.
And Wyoming is one of 2 states in the entire country, 2, without an anti-discrimination ordinance.
Yes, sir.
And you're right, this isn't going to stop anything. But what it is going to do is it's going to punish people when they violate. And you heard from the mouth of these kids, they are being assaulted, they are being discriminated against because of their sexual orientation or their religious beliefs or whatever it is. So I'm going to challenge you as a state lawmaker to get something on the books and get up with the rest of this country. 2 states without it. That's it.
This ordinance or a law that we will pass will not take away the First Amendment for people's freedom of speech.
Absolutely not.
And it's deplorable that these children have to go through this. But any law that's passed in the State House or passed here, this ordinance does nothing other than make us feel good. What does it do other than that? How many people could be taken to jail over this ordinance tonight?
Well, it depends. If somebody walks out that door and somebody punches them in the mouth because they're gay, or somebody punches them in the mouth because they're religious, or they're whatever it is, they assault that person, they're going to jail.
How often does that happen?
I'm not saying it's going to happen tonight. You ask me, how could it happen? That's how it happens. And when it's incited by hate, that's what this ordinance is for, is to stop that.
How often has it happened?
I can't answer the question. The previous person had asked our mayor if we had done a study to see how often it's happened. I can't answer that. I can promise you it has happened. And just this past summer, in fact, there was a, was she transgender or, yeah, a transgender woman in a dog park. They got the boots put to her because she's transgender. And
that is wrong.
You're absolutely right, but this is why we have laws like this, because if this was a normal society like we used to live in, and I'm not saying it's abnormal now. Let me rephrase that. If we were living 30 or 40 years ago when I was a kid, people treated people differently then. People were more respectful. People were kinder. They gave more care to their fellow man. This is a different world we live in now. People are not kind. They're not respectful. Not all people. And that requires legislation to get them back in line. That's why we have laws in the first place, or we wouldn't have any.
Okay, this person who got the boots put to him in the dog park, were the perpetrators caught?
I believe they were.
What happened to them? I hope they're still in jail.
I believe they were prosecuted, but not to the extent that this would have prosecuted them.
We'll move forward, Bill. I know we're going to go back and forth, and I don't want this to be a back and forth here, what I mean, and so we appreciate your comments very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
You can come on down, Linda.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
I'm very concerned about this ordinance, and I would like you to vote against it. There's really a lot of things I'm very, very concerned about. I'm concerned especially about the business owner on a situation like the Masterpiece Cake Shop, in which he served gay and lesbian transgender people, and only on one specific situation where it was artistic and they asked him to do something that was against his faith. I'm very concerned that that is protected, where a person that believes in Scripture and is totally living by Scripture, that person is protected. And I want to know that that will be the case. I talked to the city attorney a little bit about it. He said that the RFRA law might possibly help, and there are federal lawsuits that have gone to the Supreme Court, and that specific case was one. So that's really where one of my biggest concerns is. Next, I guess, the concern is for HUD, federal housing. If you listen to the radio very much, continually you hear that HUD has those people's back. If there's a situation where there is discrimination, HUD will take care of it. All you have to do is go to ask. But what I also have heard is that you want to bring that more local. That concerns me. There's a case in Boston where the NAACP sued the city, and the reason was housing projects were not, I don't know the full story of it, but they felt that individual housing was discriminatory. So in Boston, currently they're trying to, in their zoning and stuff, no longer have individual housing. They want group housing. So in bringing HUD closer, more local, those are things that must be considered, and I'm very, very concerned that that could happen. So I hope we won't do that. Another thing that concerns me about this ordinance is it includes gender identity and gender expression. Okay, so I'm a mom and I'm a grandma, and what I see is I've read several articles and seen young people that have changed their gender through surgeries and then have had regret. And there was an interview just locally with, or not locally, but currently with Chloe Cole, and she began looking into gender identity at 11 years old. And a lot of it was online, and everything's really fluffy online. And
30
fluffy?
seconds.
What?
30 seconds.
Okay, so my concern is these people are harmed, they have regret, and she is asking that people that there's an age for older things to go into transgender type things, that this shouldn't have happened to a young person like that. And she's actually really active about not allowing that.
Time's up. Any questions for Linda? Yeah. Councilmember Egebretson.
Linda, I just want to clarify a little bit about HUD.
Thank you.
Something that I do know about. Within my own property management company just today, for example, I had some previous tenants who took a job somewhere else, moved out, and then is being transferred back. They are having trouble trying to find housing because they are a gay married couple. They were excellent tenants. They took excellent care of the property, paid rent on time, never had any issues. They are having problems trying to find housing here in Casper. They are being denied because if they have so much as another roommate, they're considered 3 non-related adults, and most property managers will not rent to them. And so if you have a private person that owns up to 4 properties, they can pick and choose who they can rent to. So it takes a lot of legal work for somebody to prove that they've been discriminated against through HUD. And honestly, HUD has so many cases, they really just don't care. So it is very difficult for people to find housing. And so it is happening, and it happened to me just today. So these people are coming back, and we rented to them. They were great tenants. Unfortunately, it's December, and I just don't have a lot of houses available currently at this time. So it does happen, and it happens frequently.
So how is bringing HUD local going to fix that?
It is not, but it does, you didn't think that it was happening, and it happens all the time.
I wasn't saying that it wasn't happening. I'm saying let's leave it at the federal level and let's don't bring it local, because there are repercussions like there were in Boston.
The repercussions locally is that way somebody could come here, and if they have the proof, then they could deal with it locally versus waiting years through HUD to hear their case. It could take years. So this way it could be dealt with locally through our own jurisdiction. So that's the only thing that this ordinance does, is provide people an avenue locally to take care of anything that, whether somebody was harmed locally or not. So it just puts it, instead of the federal, which is what Wyoming has been relying on, is all federal laws, and now it just brings it in-house so we can deal with it locally.
And what does that do to property rights?
What do you mean? I would like to, I have sworn an oath to protect property rights.
And I hope you will, because the more you bring federal programs local, then what happens is they continue to ask you to implement more and more things on people's private property, more rules and more regulations. And you see that even what's happening now with the county with their zoning resolutions. It is ghastly how many regulations have to be imposed on the private property owner. So that is really a big concern to me.
I cannot speak for everybody. I can speak for myself. And so I look at people as people. Right. And it does not matter to me as long as they can pay their bills, they've got jobs, and their money is green. I don't really care.
So I would agree with you, but bringing that local does affect property owners and property rights. And I'm very, very concerned about that.
It does not affect your property rights. So I was just making a point of clarification on the HUD, but so I appreciate your comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Any others?
My name is Carol Smith, and I'd like to ask how this, well, going on the property thing, my daughter manages properties, and she put up on Friday, and that night she had 25 applicants. She did not rent to a homosexual couple that day, but she took the first applicant that turned in a viable application, and it was the first person who applied. So there is a huge desire for rentals in this community, as you should know. So I can't say that your friends were denied because of their homosexuality. We don't know that for sure, do we? I mean, it's impossible to know for sure.
They have been told that they cannot be rented to because they are 3 non-related adults.
Well, we've taken everyone that has been legitimate in their applications. Can you tell me how this will affect the sports, genetically born males participating in women's sports?
I don't think we really have not had that conversation. It's not any part of this ordinance. I would say that the city council would probably not touch that at this point. I mean, if it's discriminated against that because of that, but go ahead.
It's not in the ordinance. It's employment, housing, public accommodation. It doesn't deal with the schools, so.
So if a transgender group wanted to come and do entertainment for children, is that going to be allowed? Across our nation, cities, libraries, even churches are allowing transgenders to come in with very sexually explicit costumes and doing very explicit sexually with the children, and even encouraging children to entertain adult that are, and I can tell you, pedophilia is on the rise in this nation, and it is a very frightening thing. And a lot of the out there promoting pedophilia are the transgender, unfortunately. And I know for a company that I volunteer for, and every week we get multiple pages of sexual predators or convicted sexual offenders in our community, and our notebook is big just for Natrona County. It's huge and it's a problem. And we really do need to protect our children. So how will we affect transgender men wanting to be female in our women's restrooms?
So statistically, pedophiles tend to be straight.
I know they can.
So I just want to make sure that we're clarifying that we're not lumping. Okay, I just want to make sure we're clarifying that.
Yes.
Point of order, this is not a Q&A. Right? We'll just take your comments for 5 minutes. We may or may not respond to questions. So if you have a comment that you'd like to make about that, please make it.
I'm not saying that all pedophiles are transgender.
Okay.
But the transgender community is promoting pedophilia, is what I'm saying. They're loudly promoting it. Other people are quietly doing it, but these people are loudly promoting it. And it's happening in Texas, LA, Philadelphia, San Francisco, all across the country. And we really do need to protect our children.
Agreed.
So how is this going to affect the schools?
It won't affect the schools at all. It has, this ordinance is just the city, faces the city, deals with all the city. The school board is a just completely different jurisdiction.
And how will it affect the churches?
It won't. Churches are exempt from this.
They're protected.
They're protected from this. They can't, your religious basis behind that is protected in this
So
ordinance.
should you add that to the code?
It's in there.
We did.
It's in there.
Page 172.
In there.
It does. It protects religion.
The changes you're making don't say that.
FB.
And I can find that online?
Yes, ma'am. Or page 172 in our packet today, and scroll down to section F, small letter B, and there's a religious exemption.
Was there a packet given out? I have this.
It's online, ma'am. You could find it on casperwy.gov. That's just a script of our program for this evening, that we follow. But it is available online for you at casperwy.gov.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And please do protect our children. Thank you.
Ma'am?
Okay. I think there's two more. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Jennifer, and this is going to be really, really short. So I'm just asking you to vote no. It just seems that there's just so many more questions. I know I'm late to the game, but just allow more time. And thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
Evening. Tim
Good
Keller
evening.
of Casper, Wyoming. A lot of notes have been taken away from me, the words. One thing I would like to know is I have yet to hear how this is going to be prosecuted. Is the prosecuting office already overwhelmed with cases that they have? And by adding this ordinance, is this going to overwhelm them even more? 3 meetings, I've heard it asked, not one been answered, that I heard and read. You're welcome to revisit that.
Mr. Henley, can you answer that for him?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Calvert. Our office is busy, but I wouldn't say that we're overwhelmed. If we get swamped with these types of cases, it would just show, I think, how needed the law was.
Repeat that last part, please.
Certainly, if in fact we do get swamped because of all of the prosecutions, it would simply show how needed the law was. And our ability to handle that or not wouldn't really affect, I would hope, this council's determination as to what they should do to protect the citizens of this city.
Okay. Another point was that in one of the meetings that one of the council members mentioned that a lot of municipalities have already had this in effect. Cheyenne, Laramie, 100% of California, 100% of Delaware. I moved from Michigan to get away from that. I don't want to be like California. I don't want to be like Delaware. I don't want to be like Colorado. I don't want to be like Laramie and Cheyenne. I would like to be of Casper. Yes, there may be only 2 states that have not adopted this yet. To me, that's good because we're different. Or I thought at least we were. We're not followers, we're leaders. But this ordinance is being a leader. I understand the intent is based upon assault, physical harm, but you also added more to that. I don't want anybody to be assaulted. The person whom you spoke about that was assaulted in the dog park is Riley Shipley, an employee's child, my employee's child that was assaulted and beaten. That's not okay, obviously. No one here wants to see that or experience that. Were they prosecuted? Yes, they were prosecuted. This ordinance does nothing to what would have helped that. It was assault and battery. You could have stopped right there possibly and not had as much pushback on this, but you kept going. I'm an employer. You're an employer. You're an employer. You choose whom you would like to hire. I would like to choose whom I would like to hire. I do not need government telling me who I need to hire and cannot hire. I do not know why you have to tell me how to run my business. I already pay my taxes, too many as it is. I'm also a landlord. And when I have a tenant, buildings in which I would like to keep in good condition for the next tenant that moves in, I should be able to decide whom I have living in there. And if you want to house whomever, you have every right to. Don't tell me whom I need to put in my residence. From the first day of man, he had one rule, not to touch that tree. And he broke it. And every rule since then that has been made has been broken. What's changed? Is this ordinance going to change it? Absolutely not. Is it going to put the fear of those who are going to continue the evil to stop what they're doing? No. It's the parents bringing up the kids to properly train them to respect others. Government is not going to do that. They're awful at doing what they do in the first place. Our streets are in poor condition. We have a failing grade in this community of our streets, and that's the responsibility of our city government. Can they not take care of the basics before they start employing in other avenues? I respect you wanting to help others. I want to help others. I attend church. We help others in need. The government can stay out of a lot of this stuff. Just focus on your basics, which you're hired to do.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Got 2 clocks. Evil's going to do what it wants to do. I have a lot more notes. I'm out of time. Ask your questions.
Any questions? Go ahead.
I don't want to get too far off topic, so I do want to tell you that we did stick about $28 million into the roads over the next 4 years, just so you know. Because that is important to this council. But let's get back on topic. To me, the reason that the housing and the employment came into it is because, you know, we have some basic human needs in life since day one. Shelter, food, right? The right to go to work and to feed our families. So to me, if I fire someone because they're of color, or I fire someone because of who they sleep with at night, or I don't rent a home to someone because of those same reasons, to me, that's an assault on them. You are assaulting their ability to have a roof over their head. You're assaulting their ability to make a living to feed their family. That's how these ended up in here. Because that is happening far more, far greater than any assault on a human being in our town right now. Those are the real problem areas that we have. That's how they ended up in here. We have to protect people.
I guess our definition of assault is different because there are reputations that come with some of these people that want to rent.
You don't have to rent to them.
You're going to make me rent to them.
No,
if I
I'm
choose
not.
to.
I am absolutely
Okay,
not.
point of order. I don't want to keep going back and forth on the dais. I would like the council to please hold until discussion. We will be here all night long if we're going to go back and forth.
Fair enough.
Okay, do you have a question?
I don't have a question.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
Go ahead. Quickly.
Thanks. No back and forth. Vice Mayor Nell mentioned something. Streets is a bit of a trigger word for me. I am always pounding the table talking about streets. If anyone wants to know anything about streets, please hit me up. I will talk about it all day. And if it provides any reassurance to you about you being worried about who you can rent to and stuff, I'm going to go back to the burden of proof. Unless you are explicitly stating online, verbally, multiple mediums, I am not renting to you exclusively because of the fact that you are identifying as a homosexual, you have nothing to worry about. And so I hope that provides some level of reassurance to you. Again, the burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. There has to be overt, direct, obvious evidence that somebody's been discriminated against. If you're not being that kind of person, you should have no worries. Thank you.
I guess that also goes for the baker who's being sued and we have to go to the Supreme Court. And the web designer also assumed the same.
And won.
Excuse me?
You won.
You won.
So let's.
Money in which he had to spend to defend it.
Time is up. We'll move forward to the next one, please. Thank you.
In a comment, I get to.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Sarah Bieber.
Good evening.
I wasn't actually planning on talking tonight either. So, as been pointed out multiple times tonight, the burden of proof. The burden of proof. So, what are you doing? Are you instilling false security? to kids that are vulnerable, that are encountering this stuff? Are you telling them, here's this great law that's gonna protect you? Something for you to hide behind? Because that's gonna stop the big bad mean bully from beating you in the bathroom? No. No, you're not. It's still gonna happen if it's gonna happen. You're not stopping anything with this. The burden of proof is huge. That's why we don't see it. And you said that you didn't do the, whatever it was, to find out if it was, how often it was happening.
Impact study.
So, did you talk with Chief McFeeters? Did you talk with Sheriff Harlan? Do we know? Do we have an account of what possibly is happening there? What does that actually look like as a dynamic? Is our chief and our sheriff not capable of handling this on some level? These do already exist, right? They can't assault people. You can't just beat somebody for any reason. All that stuff's already there. So how do we know if it's discriminatory? And then it goes back to our schools. If this is happening in our schools at a level that our kids are scared to go to the bathrooms, what are our schools doing? Like, what is happening there? What? That needs to be something that's addressed, and not that you guys are the ones to address the school board, but wow. Again, our police are in schools also. This doesn't help any of those situations. This gives a sense of false security that doesn't protect them, that doesn't help them. It implies rules and regulations that could be manipulated and used against people that are simply trying to have an opposing view or a different opinion about a situation. Benjamin Franklin said, "Those who can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Protecting our freedom and liberty is essential for a just and thriving society." We don't want to give up freedoms. We don't want to give up liberties. I'm not saying that this takes any of those away, but it definitely can challenge people. You have liberties placed for you mentioned tonight. What if a guy leaves their meeting who has their membership card and goes and does some tragic thing? What's going to stop whoever it's going to be from saying, oh, well, that's a direct link, and they could have told him that at that meeting? Where do we, slippery slope. Are we swimming in the sewage? We climbing on the other side. If you pass this, it only gets slipperier. Because like you said, it's just going to increase. It's just going to get more. There's a reason that Wyoming as a state hasn't passed these laws. I don't think that they're going to. I don't think Bill or any other individual senator or House representative is going to be able to bring something to make that happen. We didn't want them. We don't want them. We still don't want them. We, as Wyomingites, as Natrona, as Casper, will protect our own and defend our kids. That's what we do. That's what we want to do. This doesn't help that. I do appreciate your hard work. I feel like if we postpone it and we have more conversations and bring more people to the table, we could possibly have a different conversation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, and questions only. Thank you, Ms. Bieber.
Pat Sweeney from Casper. So you have done the hard work. You have listened. It is third reading. You've made the difficult choices. And yes, it's time to make a decision one way or the other. It's been mentioned that you need an impact study. I can tell you, and of course you've talked to Chief McFeeters. He's been integrally involved with all of this. He's the enforcement side. But he brings a lot of different perspectives, as I've found, working with the city on bias-motivated crimes for the state. And the reason it didn't get passed is most of these people in the room tonight I'm the leftist they're talking about, one of them. But I'm a proud Republican. At least I used to be a proud Republican. But it was mentioned that by the first speaker that this would be a dark day in the history of Casper. Let the light shine, because this is a bright day, in my opinion. This is needed for a lot of different reasons. But in particular, they talk about protection for the children. But yet they go to school board meetings and only want one certain way when it comes to different issues concerning this. So I just ask you to move forward with this. I don't think you're throwing anybody under the bus on this, as has been described. And, you know, I've had respect for you, whoever's making the comments, but so I just think that time has come, and I think this will be a very good decision. I hope someday the state can follow the lead. I think it's embarrassing, as I've said at, I believe it was the first reading, that it's embarrassing that the state has not been able to put anything forward. But thankfully, we've had cities around the state that have had the courage to move forward. And I don't believe it's a slippery slope. And I don't believe you're going to fall into the sewage pit, because that's not what this is about. Lastly, I've been to some of these meetings and been booed down that have been brought up and left basically in fear. That's part of the game in politics. I get it. But don't go there with to a meeting with that group with an opposing view. They don't want to hear it. So what you've heard tonight is more of their rhetoric. It's not debatable in their minds, frankly.
30 seconds.
And I ask you again for the support and appreciate all of your courage on this issue, because that's what it takes for such a piece of this ordinance versus legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I'd just like to say to the audience that Pat's right. He was very respectful. If you can't be respectful during the meeting, the door is right there. Help yourself right out the door.
Okay, I think we've heard just about everybody. Thank you for everybody's comments. I'll open it up for discussion. And so please let me know what your discussion is. So we'll start with that.
Yes.
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
Thanks. I'm going to try not to take up too much time, but I want to hit on a few points that were brought up tonight. First off, I want to thank everyone that talked. Whether I agree with you or you agree with me, it doesn't matter to me. This democracy and the ability to get up here and say whatever you think and feel, to me, is what this is all about. So thank you, all of you, for doing so. I'm going to start out by saying, you know, Wyoming is such a good old boy place, and I've been here all my life. And I understand somebody moved from Michigan and one guy moved from California, and they moved from all over to get away from that stuff. But I'm going to tell you, those are the people that are coming here. Those are the people that are changing our way of life. I've been watching it for 20 years. And unfortunately, when we have people that don't regulate themselves, we have no choice but to regulate them. We are, and it was brought up earlier, the equality state. The equality state to me means equal rights for everyone, not just for the good old boys. It's equal rights for everybody. And you can Google just about anything you want in Wyoming, and the first thing that comes up is Matthew Shepard was killed here. Isn't that great? That's our biggest well-known fact in Wyoming. Makes me sick. The equality state. Dan, I'm talking. You don't need to interrupt me either. You don't need to interrupt me. It's my discussion time. There's
Point of order, please.
Not gonna work.
Please, thank you.
I let you guys have your say. And it's just like with the choices that were made, or somebody saying gender identity is a choice. Well, so is your religion. And I'm a Christian, but that's my choice. I do that by choice. So that doesn't work either. Housing, public accommodations, employment, to me, those are, when you take those away from people and don't give them an opportunity to earn a living and have a roof over their head, you've perpetuated some form of assault on those people, and I don't think it's right. I'm proud of this ordinance. I'm proud of what we're doing. I'm proud of the fact that we have gotten ahead of the state that wouldn't get off their dead butts and do something. One of 2 states in the entire country. Yet we're going to say we're the ones right? I don't think so. When there's 50 states and 48 of them have moved this forward, I'll stick with the majority. That's generally the way I vote. It's the way I do things. So, and I never, ever want to have too much government control, but sometimes when people are out of control, we got to put some constraints in. That's just the way it is. And if you don't like it, too bad. I guess run for election, get up here on this council, change things the way you want them 5 years from now, 10 years from now, whatever it is. This seat will be open in 2 years. And I go to sleep every night knowing I did the absolute best for my constituents, all of my constituents in this town. That's all I have.
Councilmember Gamroth.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilwoman Huffrey, for your comments. I think folks' behavior in this room tonight speaks a lot to their character. And so the disrespect in this room is appalling. Some of y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. So I guess my comments, I've sort of summarized them in past readings, but we got some new folks in here that might not have heard them. And so just to make sure people are aware of kind of my own personal perspective on this, thanks for your attendance this evening, folks. So to reiterate again, this bill covers discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, national origin, age, or disability. I think folks have gotten hung up on the fact that because this came out of the LGBT Advisory Council, that it's exclusively for the LGBT population. That is not the case. It covers all of those protected classes I just listened. A straight white male would have the same exact protections as a gay black woman. Both would just need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they were discriminated against based specifically on one or any of those classes. And that's a high bar. So again, I would encourage you, feel free to ask any prosecuting attorney what sort of evidence they need to have in place to have a successful case in this matter. And it's a good amount. In regards to the enhanced penalties, as Councilwoman Pollack has eloquently pointed out in our past meetings, there is a difference between random cartoon graffiti in a downtown alleyway and spray painting a swastika on the side of a synagogue. They are both property crimes, and they should both be treated as such, but one is intended to incite fear and violence towards an entire community of people based on nothing except what church they go to. And so just like premeditated murder, having enhanced penalties compared to, say, a crime of passion, a gentleman walks in and his wife is having an affair, those two crimes are treated differently based on nothing but the mens rea, or the intent of the person committing the crime. And so I believe, and I believe the majority of Casperites believe, that these sorts of crimes should warrant a harsher sentence because they have not one victim, but many. And this isn't even to mention the argument for economic development and fortifying our reputation as the equality state, as the Vice Mayor alluded to earlier. I chose to censor myself here at the Council of the City Manager so as to keep the city out of trouble, but I did want to remark on the case last year of a bar, the Eagle's Nest Bar in Cheyenne, going viral for selling out of shirts that read, "In Wyoming, we have the cure for AIDS, we shoot effing maggots." Obviously, I censored that so that the city doesn't get fined or lose our public broadcast channel. However, I think it's really important to use that language out loud because I think it illustrates the violence behind the message and the intent of the people out there. The mayor mentioned that if you ask anybody outside of the state of Wyoming what they know about our state, and I've asked many people, they bring up Yellowstone and they bring up the death of Matthew Shepard. I don't care what your thoughts are on the details of Matthew Shepard's murder. In general, most people believe it to be a bias-motivated crime because they identified as homosexual. I don't care what your personal perspective is. That's the stigma that our state has. That's the perspective of the vast majority of the people across the country. And so when somebody, that's all they know about the narrative of Wyoming is the death of Matthew Shepard, and then they see headlines like this Eagle's Nest Bar out of Cheyenne coming out with these grossly offensive and violent shirts and selling out, actually. They stopped selling them only because they sold out of their supply. So I think this sort of ordinance is important for those reasons as well. We heard from folks in opposition tonight that this ordinance is both opening a can of worms and leaving our community vulnerable to a litany of frivolous lawsuits. And we've also heard that it's meaningless virtue signaling that is redundant to federal law. Which is it? The way I see it, this ordinance is nearly a mirror of the federal crimes already on the books and not remarkable when stacked up against the hundreds of other similar ordinances across the country. Mr. Drake is a gentleman in the audience that spoke this evening. He's spoken opposition and has pointed out that very few people across this country have successfully won lawsuits based on the infringement of hate crime laws or bias-motivated crime. And based on my research, I would actually agree with that. It is very hard to win these cases, and that's why I kept mentioning the burden of proof. This ordinance is important to have that in place when the evidence is there to seek and achieve expedient justice, but it's also important for those other intangible benefits that I just outlined. So worst case scenario, we have a law in the books that gathers dust and isn't used that often. Best case scenario, a victim receives expedient justice for a bias-motivated crime. So that's my perspective on it, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Sutherland.
Thank you. I want to respond to a couple of the threads that were kind of woven throughout some of the comments, and then I have 3 points. I will try to be quick. So my first comment is many people said that this is a feel-good ordinance. I don't really understand that argument. I do feel good about this. I think the council is doing its job. I think the council has listened to the community. It has listened to what the community is saying that it wants and what it needs by both individuals and businesses. And I think the council is standing or sitting here today saying we want to keep our community safe. And I feel really good about that. So I don't take that as a criticism, and I don't think anybody on this council should. There's also the question of enforceability. People break the speed limit all the time, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't have them. So again, I just don't think the logic there makes sense. When somebody harms another person based off of one of these characteristics, just as Councilman Gamroth was saying, we can hold them accountable for it. And I think that's enough. I also just have to say, I cannot accept widespread allegations that trans individuals are promoting pedophilia and somehow, as a community, harming our children. I just think that that's completely inaccurate and illogical and really dangerous and offensive for so many people. And so I'm offended by those comments. I'm offended by how that can affect people that I know and care about, it's just wrong. So the 3 points that I want to make aren't that different from what others have said, but I guess just to reiterate them. One, I think intention does matter. An attack on one person for who they are is an attack on an entire community, and that matters. The other point, we are not legislating hate here. We are legislating action. We are legislating discrimination. You can hold on to your beliefs, but if you act and harm another person based on those beliefs, this ordinance will hold you accountable for it. And I think the third point is that today we're taking a stand. We're drawing the line, and this council is saying that discrimination has no home here in Casper. And just to say again, I feel really good about that. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Humphrey.
I just want to dedicate my yes vote to Riley, since that name was brought up, because she is a beautiful human and I enjoy working with her every day.
Councilmember Pollock.
Thank you very much. Just a few things to add. A lot of the points I'd like to make on this I've already made over the last several readings, and a number of them have been shared tonight by fellow council people. Just a few things to add, though. One, I keep coming back to, and Kyle's used my quote several times now, I keep coming back to that. I think that's what's at the heart of this issue. When we're talking about crime, part of what we need to talk about is impact and how the justice that is delivered in the event that a crime is successfully prosecuted needs to match the impact of the crime. So this is one of the things that this ordinance accomplishes. It changes the way that our justice system is able to view a crime that is committed through the lens of bias, which I'll just use the same example because I think it illustrates the point perfectly well. You know, property damage on painting something random on an alley wall is different than spray painting a swastika on a synagogue. It's the same general action, but the impact is the thing that's very different, and I think it's very appropriate that our justice system be able to differentiate between those two types of crime. Another thing I'd like to touch on, which I haven't before, is that ordinances are not necessarily meant to stop behavior. It was brought up many, many times tonight. This isn't going to stop anything. This isn't going to stop anything. This isn't going to stop anything. They're meant to provide recourse to victims in the event that something does happen. So it may not stop the behavior from happening in the first place. I wish it would. It may not. But it does provide an avenue for a victim to seek some amount of recourse for something that happened to them that shouldn't have happened to them. In the same vein, any law that we've have on the books currently can be manipulated and used against people. That's why we have hired law enforcement who is very capable of investigating claims to make sure that we are not seeing frivolous charges being brought against people. We have prosecutors who are capable of putting cases together and recognizing frivolous suits. So to me, that's just a, it's just a evasive maneuver to try to confuse the issue and make people feel less confident about what this ordinance could potentially mean for victims. And I will say, ordinances don't change these things, but what does change violence against people, what does change discrimination, is pushing back against misinformation and scapegoating of vulnerable people. I'm really glad Council Member Sutherland called out the comments regarding the trans community and the gross misinformation that was represented here tonight around that community. I think we have a commitment to continue to do that at every chance we get, to continue to make sure that people are provided with correct and accurate information, because it gets really dangerous if they aren't. scapegoating of vulnerable people is a known precursor to violence, which is exactly what we're talking about in this ordinance. So I'd encourage folks in the room to take opportunities where they can, because those are ultimately the thing, pushing back on those types of, a little bit more like sinister attacks through the use of information and weaponizing information is the way that we really make changes, big changes in this area. So I encourage people to recognize that when they see it. And the last thing that I will say is that, it's been made clear tonight that there are folks in the room who want us to go through every whataboutism of every possible scenario that could be potentially conjured up to again try to call into question the content of the ordinance. But I would like to remind the public, I would like to remind council that we've spent 18 months on this. We have used standard language. There's very little deviation in our ordinance from any other similar municipal or state ordinance that you could find. So, as far as I'm concerned, that's simply a tactic to make it seem like the sky is going to fall if we pass this ordinance. But again, I remind council, we're not blazing uncharted territory here. We have put many, many, many hours into discussion, 18 months, suggestion that we need to involve more stakeholders. We've met 3-4 work sessions about it. We have 3 readings now. We've heard a lot from a lot of people. And I feel very comfortable about where this has ended up and the process that we used. I think it was realistically one of the most holistic and comprehensive processes for any ordinance that I've seen since I've been on council. So I feel very comfortable with how we got here. And I would just like to thank City Attorney's Office. A lot of folks called into question the enforceability and a number of other issues within the ordinance. I have great confidence in our City Attorney's Office. We had lengthy discussions about all those elements, and so I would suggest to council that we have considered those things. We've considered them at length. The City Attorney's Office has spent many hours ensuring that what we ended up with, the product we ended up with tonight, is sound and is solid. So again, thanks to the City Attorney's Office. Thank you to the multiple stakeholders that we did hear from in this process. And thank you to the council for supporting this through to the end of the process tonight.
Councilmember Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As most of you probably know, I will vote against this. Basically, we are trying to legislate respect, and that's what it boils down to. And I guess I am sorely disappointed in some of the people that were in this room this evening. I sat here for 2.5 to 3 hours and listened to every comment that was made. I did not go up and get a snack. I did not do anything. I would have thought they would have owed the 9 of us sitting up here the respect to listen to our side of the issue. That did not happen. That sorely hurts me. By the same token, I would have to agree that I think this is a lot of a feel-good ordinance. I understand being bullied. I was a short, fat kid. I was 5'4" and weighed 165, 170 pounds. I'm 6 foot tall now and only weigh 180, so you can figure what I was when I was in grade school and the first couple of years in high school. I was in the military during the Vietnam War. If you wore your military uniform, you were cussed at, spit on, called a baby killer. Talk to the Vietnam era veterans and how they felt. I worked for a major corporation that because I was a white male, I got passed over for minorities and other people on promotions. So I've been there. As far as the comment that Ms. Councilperson Engelbretson made about 3 related people living in an apartment. If I had an apartment in a college town, I may think very strongly about that because those start to become party places. So I don't care what you are, 3 guys from anywhere across the country. But, been there, done that too. So there are a lot of things that go into it. The big thing that I am concerned about, though, as well, is that I don't want the young people to think that this is going to stop the cat calls, the get a room, the what are you doing? Because that's still going to happen. Unfortunately, that is still the lack of respect. I know a lot of people, and I've got some very good friends that we live apart. But whenever we see them, last thing we do is a big handshake and a hug because you respect them and you love them. But that doesn't mean that I'm anything other than a person. And I respect them, and I respect them as a person. And that's where we need to be. And I hope that and wish that we could get there, but I don't see this ordinance doing that. And I'm concerned that it is doing nothing more than trying to divide our population by setting people apart. And that concerns me more than anything, because everybody wants to be special, and we all need to learn to be Americans and respect each other. Doesn't matter religion, race, anything else. If you're an American, you need to be respected as a person. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, for council members, for understanding where I came from, or come from.
I'll make my comments. I usually type mine up because then I don't tend to ramble. On November 19th, suspect Anderson Lee Aldrich entered Club Q, an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs, just six hours from here, with an AR-style weapon and a handgun, and opened fire, killing 5 people and injuring 17 others. As of yesterday, he's being charged with multiple counts of committing bias-motivated hate crimes. Over the last month, rapper Kanye West has posted anti-Semitic tropes on social media accounts and other forms of media. West, since Thanksgiving, has gone on media tours attacking Jewish people on podcasts and traveling with an entourage of known anti-Semites. In one of his latest appearances on a podcast, West said people should stop, and I quote, dissing Nazis. And he went on to exalt Adolf Hitler, even going far as to deny the Holocaust. Closer to home, at the University of Wyoming, UW President Ed Seidel wrote a message to students and staff on Monday responding to multiple incidences of concern. The incidences reportedly targeted the local LGBTQ community last week around the same time the Department of Homeland Security warned of heightened domestic terrorist attacks against LGBTQ groups and other minorities. These are just a few examples of the direction it seems that the United States and Wyoming are heading, and we have to face it. It is a direction that has seemingly become more virulent and ugly and despicable. It is indeed a shame that we even need legislation to protect the most vulnerable groups in our society. The basic belief, the core belief of the United States, and even for many of us as Judeo-Christians, basically should guide us with treating people with dignity, justice, and compassion. We often declare that we are a society built on equality, and that we are a nation that sees all people created equal in the eyes of our God. Yet each generation finds themselves locked in the revolving door of bigotry, discrimination, and our generation is not unique. I am keenly aware that this ordinance will not solve all these problems. It will not solve all the world's hatred and discrimination. Our young people will still face it at schools. The brown people will still face it. The black people will still face it. It will happen. I am also deeply aware that it is not going to change someone's moral compass and stop bigotry. However, I'm going to end positive because I am hopeful today. I am hopeful as we move forward to stand in this very moment in history, not only as a council, but as a community, that when we pass this ordinance, that we declare in unison that we do not accept bigotry, and we do not accept discrimination of any kind towards any human being. We believe that in our community, hatred has no place and will not be tolerated. We believe that in Casper, all people are welcome, and that we celebrate everybody from all walks of life. Amendments.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to propose an amendment that would basically function to take this ordinance back to its original form before we amended it after the first reading to include age.
We have to do this one first.
Oh, yeah, the highlighted. Do you have the highlighted one?
I don't.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I move to amend section 9.08.020, subsection 2, titled Injuring, Defacing, or Destroying Property of Another, to correct a grammatical error. In the first sentence following the title that begins with no person, I would like to strike the words no person and replace them with whoever shall. Additionally, in the same section on the 7th line, I would like to insert a comma between the word person and the word because. A copy of this proposed amendment was submitted with the city attorney's memorandum regarding this ordinance and was included in the packet.
Discussion. Please cast your vote to the amended ordinance. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
Any other amendments? Sorry, I was just trying to figure that out. Go ahead.
Yes. As I was saying before, I would like to propose an amendment that would remove age for the time being, taking it back to its original form. We added age as protected class based on some constituent feedback after the first reading, which I still think is a good direction to go in, but after spending some time in the intervening weeks, it became clear that that was going to need some more discussion to make sure that we establish age properly and most completely according to council's will here. And it became clear that there was more nuance to that discussion than we expected, making a knee-jerk amendment from the floor here. So I would propose the following words be stricken. In the ordinance number, third to last word, it says age or disability, strike age. Section 9.08.020, malicious harms, third to last word, strike age. There under same section A, second paragraph, after national origin, strike age. Under definitions, number 3, strike all of A. And then re-letter, so B becomes A, C becomes B, D becomes C, E becomes D, F becomes E, G becomes F. And that is all. And what that will do is take us back to our original, the version of this that was fully vetted, that had been through our city attorney's office extensively, so that we can have more time to create a more complete discussion around how that should look for this ordinance.
Second the amendment.
Discussion. Okay. Please cast your vote to that amendment. Please record the vote.
Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
Thank you. Any other amendments? Okay. So please cast your vote on the ordinance itself now. Okay. Please cast your vote on the amended ordinance. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Kathy voting nay and all others voting aye, including Councilmember Sutherland, the motion passes.
Council will now consider consent resolutions. Please read the consent resolutions by title only.
10A1, authorizing the sole source purchase between Communication Technologies Incorporated and the City of Casper. 10A2, authorizing a contract between the City of Casper and HDR Engineering Incorporated for the Casper Area Transit Electric Fleet Conversion Study. 10A3, authorizing a grant award agreement between the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security and the City of Casper in the amount of $31,400 for regional response monitoring and radio equipment. 10A4, authorizing a grant award agreement between the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security and the City of Casper in the amount of $37,998 for personnel to attend technical rescue training. 10A5, authorizing a grant award agreement between the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security and the City of Casper in the amount of $20,000 to purchase technical rescue gear. 10A6, authorizing a cooperative agreement with the Wyoming Department of Transportation for the Midwest Avenue reconstruction, Walnut Street to Poplar Street project. 10A7, authorizing change order number 1 to the agreement with Crown Construction LLC for a time extension for the Highland Park 96-inch storm sewer replacement project. 10A8, authorizing a procurement of goods agreement with Meta Technologies Incorporated for the 2022 solid waste portable litter fencing project. 10A9, authorizing a contract for professional services with WWC Engineering for design and construction administration services for the Midwest Avenue reconstruction Poplar to Walnut project. 10A10, authorizing the mayor to sign a letter in support of Ryan Patrick Larson and Sarah Alice Larson, providing assistance to children from Ukraine who were evacuated due to a military aggression. 10A11, amending employment agreement with Jacqueline K. Brown for assignment of temporary interim city attorney.
Thank you. I have also been informed that a council member would like to remove an item from the consent agenda. If you'd like to make this motion, please do so now.
I move to remove the item 10.A.2 from the consent agenda so that this item can be discussed by council.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Nell. Any discussion on that?
I have a statement.
Yes.
I'm not going to approve to spend any money on this venture. I'm aware that the bulk of this is a grant and that the city is only obligated to approximately $7,000 of this $100,000 bill with other municipalities to pay for their share. Casper is known as the oil city for a reason. We are energy dependent, and that is still what pays our bills here and what's putting money in the city's coffers. This is how the bulk of us make our living, either directly or indirectly. The main reason I'm against this simply is because I feel like this is extremely premature. Our infrastructure is nowhere near where it needs to be to even start this process. We will be lucky to be even closer in 5 years. Past councils have always done multiple surveys at the cost of the city just to keep kicking the can down the road. There are significant issues with EV vehicles and currently not exactly cost effective. Why spend the money now just to keep talking about it for years and continuing to do more surveys? I say that we wait for several years when the infrastructure has improved for these before we spend any taxpayer dollars on this study so that we're not going to use.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Are we in discussion mode?
Yes, on the amendment.
Right. I wholeheartedly agree with you. We pride ourselves on being the oil city. I'm not interested in spending any taxpayer money on anything electric right now.
Councilmember Cather? Yes.
Point of order, shouldn't we have voted on the motion to remove it from the consent agenda before we went into discussion?
Discussion on the removal of it. So basically we have a discussion on the removal.
And then move into discussion on the topic itself.
So my script doesn't, it has this discussion and then vote? Is that what you're saying? I guess I'm not following what's going on.
Mr. Mayor, my
It's late.
recommendation would be that council would need to determine whether or not they want to remove the item from consent, at which point it becomes a separate action item that does allow for a separate discussion portion attributed to the new item that is independent of the original consent list. So if it doesn't get off consent.
Okay.
That's one question. The second question then becomes what council wants to do with that action item, yay or nay?
Okay.
Question. Do we not have the ability or the right to have a discussion about it so people understand why we're possibly wanting that removed? So shouldn't that discussion take place before the vote to remove it?
Mr. Mayor, I think the discussion is centered around pulling it from consent, and then the merits of the item would be discussed as an independent item, if indeed it comes off consent.
Understood.
Okay. So
So we're discussing if we're removing it.
we're discussing whether we remove it or not. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I would, my preference would be not to remove it. I'll vote no to remove it only because this has already gone through the normal MPO process. Multiple communities have weighed in on this, have been part of the process, so I don't like to micromanage the MPO. So I'll vote no, just as a representative on MPO.
Anybody else have comments on the removal of 10A2?
Just one.
Okay, go.
The only reason I will vote yes is so that it can be taken back into a work session and talked about, because we never got an opportunity to discuss this and what direction we as a council wanted to go. So for me, it's a yes to remove it for that reason, so that we can discuss it.
Any amendments to that? Yeah, one of those nights. All right, so please cast your vote for item 10A2. Is that to remove it?
So a yes would be to remove it.
Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Pollock voting nay and all others voting aye, including Councilmember Sutherland, the motion passes.
Thank you. Chair to entertain a motion to adopt the amended consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Vice Mayor Nell. Seconded by Councilmember Ingebretson. Mr. City Manager, do you have any comments on any of these items?
No, I don't.
No, do you, if you have some?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do we follow it okay, Amanda?
Are you going to vote on the 10A2 separately?
Once we get past consent.
Oh, okay.
We're voting on all the rest of the consent agenda. Then we would go to
Yeah.
10A.
So now we go,
whatever.
so Carter didn't have any comments on the items. Any abstentions or nay votes? Okay, please cast your vote on the amended consent resolutions. Please record the vote.
Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
Thank you. Please read the consent minute action titles.
We need to go back and deal with 10A2.
Oh, my God.
I think we do, yeah.
Since we removed it, we don't have.
Since we removed it from the consent agenda, we need to deal with it before we go.
So do we have to talk about it now? So we talk about it now, my bad. Let's discuss 10A2 then.
Would you like for me to read that again?
Would you please? Thank you.
I'm glad that I wrote it down.
I am so sorry, people.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
We need to read the title.
Okay.
Get the discussion open.
So please read the
Okay.
so please read the consent. Okay. Please read the consent agenda. The item.
10A2. 10A2, authorizing a contract between the City of Casper and HDR Engineering Incorporated for the Casper Area Transit Electric Fleet Conversion Study.
Move to accept.
Second. Moved by Councilmember Kathy, seconded by Councilmember Gamroth. Discussion. Go ahead.
Here I go again.
Now I'm following you.
I'm not approving to spend any money on this venture still. I'm aware that the bulk of it is through the MPO and is through a grant, and the city of Casper has to pay approximately $7,000 of the $100,000 bill, with other municipalities paying for their share. Casper is known as the oil city for a reason. We are energy dependent, and that's what still pays our bills here and what puts money in the city's coffers. This is how the bulk of us make our living, either directly or indirectly. The main reason that I'm against this is simply because I feel like this is extremely premature. Our infrastructure is nowhere near where it needs to be to even start this process. We will be lucky it to be closer in 5 years. Past councils have always done multiple surveys at the cost of a city just to keep kicking down the can down the road. The one-way, two-way conversion is a perfect example of that. There are significant issues with the EV vehicles and currently not exactly cost effective. Why spend the money now just to keep talking about it for years and continuing to do more surveys and paying for more surveys? I say we wait for several years when the infrastructure has improved for these before we spend any taxpayer dollars on the study that we will not be using.
Others? Councilmember Gamroth, and then I'll get you guys.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my only comment on this is I am absolutely open to exploring any avenues for us to be able to stretch city dollars and be more efficient with the limited resources that we have. I don't think an ideological opposition to this bill is strong. I heard the same sort of critiques of the wind blade disposal program at the landfill. It was strictly ideological. I'm not somebody to get tribalistic about what side of the fence you need to be on or what team you should be playing for. I play on Team Casper, and so whatever's best for the city of Casper is all I'm interested in. And if $7,000 can reveal to us opportunities to make our transit system more efficient and to save us money, I think it's a small price to pay to glean some of that information, and so I would just advocate that we make the decision that is the most fiscally conservative. I totally get the concern that we're spending $7,000 right now, but I think a 9-to-1 match is pretty generous, and I think the risk does not outweigh the benefit in this case. So I will be voting yes for it because, as Councilmember Pollack stated, it's already made its way through the MPO, which is a conglomerate of our surrounding municipalities. We have representation through Councilmember Pollack on that board, and so it's already been vetted, and that's why I would support it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nell.
Thanks. I'm not opposed per se. My business is 96% oil and gas. So I'm always opposed anytime I hear the word electric. I guess for me, what I'd like to see is a study or what the NPO went through, because we've never had a chance to vet it as a council. And does it really save us money? What kind of an expense or a weight is it going to put on our grid? How much are these conversion kits? How many years is it going to take to get to realize that, if it's ever more profitable than how we're doing it right now? I'd love to have all those answers in a work session before I just jump in and say, yeah, let's spend $100,000. That's all I'm looking for, maybe, is to get some more information and maybe have an opportunity through a work session to more closely look at this and find out what it really, what benefit it truly brings to the city and the people that live here. That's kind of my stance.
Carter, did you have something you wanted to jump in real quick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I can appreciate why there's concern and perhaps what this really means in terms of an approval, but I would also suggest that there is meaning with a non-approval as well. And let me explain what I'm saying first by letting you know you have options here, even at this juncture. You can certainly vote it down, right? And that, of course, will terminate the city's involvement with respect to participating in this study. It doesn't necessarily mean that the study goes away and doesn't happen. The other thing, though, is council could certainly decide to table, which gives us the opportunity to take this topic to a work session, have the discussion, and potentially bring it back to the floor to determine whether or not the city will participate. Indeed, the city could also decide to support it this evening and let the study continue on its trajectory, which in that case, if the city does decide to participate, having completed the study commits the city to absolutely nothing. It only commits that the study will occur. If the study comes back and says, oh yeah, you should do this, it still doesn't commit the city to doing anything beyond having the study in its possession. The other thing that I think council should be aware of as it relates to this decision at this juncture and which direction this should go, this is only a study as it relates to the federally funded transit system. It's not a study to convert police cars. It's not a study to convert fire trucks. It's not a study to convert all the city's pickups and other vehicles, investigatory cars, etc. This is only with respect to the federally funded transit system that the feds have, I was going to say suggested, that's not the right word, have required participating entities to do. And so I think we need to be mindful that a no vote could potentially be a concern as it relates to continued FTA funding. And certainly, as it relates to having further discussion on this matter, we could actually vet that out if indeed that is something council would like to learn more about, if your decision tonight is to table and take this to a work session. But indeed, you know, as we are at this point in time, and council does decide to kill this idea totally tonight, then we've got other repercussions we need to be concerned about.
Councilmember Pollack, and I know you have a question for Carter, so I'll let you go first since you've been waiting.
Right, yeah, Carter mostly covered what I was hoping to inform the council of it. I would generally characterize this study as more of an obligation than it is an election that we've made. It is, generally speaking, going to be required to have the knowledge of whether or not this does make sense for our city or not in our arsenal for continued FTA funding. So, I mean, I suppose in a sense of the word it's optional, but not if we want to continue to operate buses. So with that said, Bruce, all of the questions that you are wanting information on, that's the entire nature of the study, essentially. Like I was on the committee that interviewed the candidates who submitted to the RFP, and in every case, all of the submissions that we received essentially attended to all those things. And to answer the question, like, does it actually even make sense? Because to Lisa's point, the technology it's evolving, but it's not, for a fixed route transit system can present a lot of challenges. And so that is what the study would confirm or deny for us, depending on what the results of the study are. But exactly to your point, cost, timeline, when would it even make sense? What would like a rollout plan, proposed rollout plan look like? And I would say that's generally speaking more for the information of the federal government when it comes to our funding than it is for our information and how we'd like to see our bus system operate.
Sorry, Councilmember Kathy, go ahead.
Basically, from what Councilmember Pollack was saying, and from what I got from Carter's comments, is that in essence, we are being held hostage by the federal government, that if we want to keep on getting federal funds to run the bus, we better do this study. Is that? Well, that's basically that's that's kind of what I wanted to confirm, is that, yeah, okay.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Both of you.
I misspoke. I didn't understand that this was a federal mandate. And so with that said, I will be voting, of course, in the positive for the, and then I think all my questions will be answered once we get that back. Yeah, so I'm glad we had the discussion. Thank you.
Councilmember Egebretson.
So I guess that's part of the confusion was this was just simply dropped in the consent agenda with absolutely zero information, so we were not provided anything. And so historically, that we as a council have been dealing with is study after study after study, and some of these studies have been going on for 20 years, with the can just being kicked down the road, which is what I thought this was. All we were doing again is just spending money on another study that we have no use for. So, I guess it would be nice to have the information prior to it just being dropped in on the consent agenda. So I will change my vote.
Thank you. Any others in the discussion? And I'm going to be quite honest with everybody, I'm lost after this one. So now we do the discussion, and then do I ask for a vote? So I can ask for the vote now. Thank you. All right. So please cast your vote on this resolution if we want to keep it, but it sounds like everybody wants to keep it and move it forward.
Well, we're just passing it.
Passing it, right? Yeah, okay. Because Carter gave us a couple different suggestions. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
What's that?
Thank you.
It's been a long night.
Thank you, everyone. Please read the consent minute action titles.
11A1, authorizing the purchase of one new rough area tractor mower with accessories for use by the Weed and Pest Division of the Parks, Recreation, and Public Facilities Department. 11A2, authorizing the purchase of 2 tracked UTVs for use by Hogadon Ski Basin of the Parks, Recreation, and Public Facilities Department. 11A3, authorizing the purchase of 12 new mid-size police interceptor utility vehicles from Fremont Motors of Sheridan for use by the Casper Police Department. 11A4, authorizing the purchase of 2 new 58,000-pound tandem axle trucks with dump body, hydraulics, and snowplows and salters for use by the Streets Division of the Public Services Department. 11A5, authorizing the purchase of 3 new 3/4-ton pickup trucks for use by the Casper Fire Department. 11A6, authorizing the purchase of 1 new out-front rotary mower with attachments for use by the Cemetery Division of the Parks, Recreation, and Public Facilities Department. 11A7, authorizing the purchase of 504 residential trash containers from Ameritech Equipment Company in the amount not to exceed $46,900 for use in the Casper Solid Waste Division. 11A8, authorizing the reappointment of Rob Hurlis to 1 additional 3-year term on the Amoco Reuse Agreement Joint Powers Board.
Thank you. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent minute action items just read.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Pollock, seconded by Councilmember McIntosh. Any abstentions or nay votes? Please cast your vote. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
Thank you. At this time, we ask council members to bring forward relevant concerns and items of interest. I'll start with you, Councilmember Humphrey.
I have kind of a unique one that I've not run into before. There is a store in the Hilltop Shopping Center called So More Than Vacuum. And somewhere along the way, we have quite a few citizens that have property in this store that's been there probably since March or April. But the owner of the business has locked the doors and has not allowed them to come get their property. So we're talking about over $30,000 worth of our citizens' items locked in this store. So I did call the owner, who's in Colorado, and hopefully he will follow through and meet these people at his business on Thursday so they can retrieve their property. You know, I don't know that there's a lot that city council can do, but I sure think the public should know that be careful of a business that's apparently going to hold on to your private equipment permanently. So I'll be interested to see how it plays out on Thursday, and I'll let you guys know next week.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Gamroff.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we've had a long night, but I can't help myself. Sorry, I got a few things. Just wanted to give a quick shout out. Tacos Mexico, in partnership with Indulgence Salon and Spa, tomorrow is giving 20% of their profits to Natrona County School District students' negative lunch debt. So if you're looking for a place to have your lunch break tomorrow, I might encourage you to go visit them so that those proceeds go to a good cause. I wanted to thank all the sponsors and people who donated to Shop with a Cop, which occurred over the weekend. I thought I read it was 360 kids that we took shopping. I guess I don't know. That sounds right, Chief? Okay, so awesome event. I'm really glad our police department participates, and it can only be done in partnership and coordination with all the people that help provide the presents and make it happen. So thank you so much. I attended the Special Olympics Festival of Trees event last Saturday. It was a really great event. The chief was there, and he made the mistake of telling me that it was his 31st anniversary in law enforcement last Friday, and that this upcoming 10th, which I think is Friday, will be his fifth year anniversary with the city of Casper. So thank you, Chief, for all your years of service in law enforcement and for your 5 years working in the city of Casper. I drove down 15th Street the other day and saw sidewalk repair going on at the old fire station. We had a woman come speak to us, it was some time ago, several weeks ago, looking for some resolution to a problem. It sounds like that's working itself out, so I was really glad to see the sidewalk being repaired over there. And then I think I just want to thank Seth and the Void and all their staff and all their supporters for advocating for the youth in our community. I really appreciate the activism for this cause. I was, believe it or not, when I was in my youth, I had long black hair, a studded belt, I wore lots of black clothes, and I often was the victim of what I would consider discrimination. It probably didn't rise to the level of what's in the ordinance, but absolutely am used to being followed around stores and stuff like that. So I really appreciate your activism for the youth in our community. Tonight, I think we were just too close to the finish line to have such a complex discussion on the merits of including youth. We even took out age just in general. So I just don't think we were prepared to include that in the ordinance this evening, but I really would like to see you and your group and your supporters collaborate with the Casper Youth Council on exploring a possible amendment to the future that might address youth. So I really appreciate you guys' continued attendance at our meetings and for advocating for the youth. That's all I got. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Inga Bretson.
I'm just going to keep this short. We have a concert coming up on Saturday, Sawyer Brown with Chauncey Williams, and I just encourage everybody, this is for the Casper Ford Wyoming Center 40th anniversary. So I encourage everybody to go out and take in a concert. So that's it.
Councilmember Pollock.
Thank you. I did have one update to provide to the council. Last week, I participated with Councilman Gamroth on the Metro Task Force that has been assembled, that we asked to be put together. Folks that were there, we had several representatives from the councils of the surrounding communities. We had a veterinarian, we had folks from PD who are running the facility to start to have a broader discussion about that facility, how it serves our greater areas, community needs, how those needs have changed over time, and what steps we might need to take as a collective to ensure that that facility continues to serve the community in the way that it needs to. So, so as the first meeting, we decided that we would meet monthly for the time being to get some momentum going, and we'll hopefully be bringing some proposals to council and to some of the surrounding towns' councils that come out of that committee in the near future. And second, I would just like to explore, so that we don't lose any momentum on the age issue in this ordinance, is there, I presume we could take it to a work session, but it also sounds like there's some good kind of like movement between the research the Void has done, youth council's interested. Do we need to set up a little ad hoc group to have some discussion about that before we send it to city attorney's office and bring it to a work session to us? I'm just wondering what might be the options that we would have to build that discussion out further.
But I would propose it, and we can go into deeper conversation, kind of what we did with the massage therapy ordinance that we did, kind of create an ad hoc group of vested stakeholders to start having that conversation, and then to bring forward some ideas that we could bring to the city attorney's office. That would be my suggestion to the council. Maybe sit down and kind of figure that out, how we would want to do that. Okay. Yes, you may.
I'd like to propose that we create that ad hoc committee and have assign that group the task of delving further into the nuances of age issue as it relates to how we just handled non-discrimination in the ordinance tonight.
Perfect. Can I get support for that from council to move forward with that? Okay. So Carter, maybe what we might need to do then is before the, I don't know if we'll have time if we're kind of running into the new year, but maybe in the new year, sit down, leadership can sit down with stakes, few people that are interested. Councilmember Pollack sounds like it, Councilmember Gamroth, to have that conversation, to set that up. Okay, thank you. Councilmember McIntosh.
Yeah. First, I wanted to thank all of the youth that participated tonight. It was great to see our youth getting involved in city government, and I encourage them to continue to do that. Also, this past Friday and Saturday, the LDS Church, in conjunction with several churches in town, had their second annual night in Bethlehem. It was a wonderful way to usher in the Christmas season. We had musicians performed from several other church groups. There were 3 or 4 huge rooms full of nativity scenes that people have collected, and it was a great event, and I just wanted to thank everybody that put that on. That was a wonderful way to usher in Christmas. So, that's it.
Awesome. Councilmember Sutherland.
Thank you. Not a lot from me tonight. I didn't get the chance to thank John earlier and to wish you a happy, well-deserved retirement. Thank you for all that you've done for us, and I'm excited for all of your plans ahead. But that's it from me tonight.
Great, thank you very much.
Councilmember Kathy.
The only thing I have really is attended a CPU meeting last Wednesday morning, and there was a water bill appeal, and it was resolved to the board's satisfaction and to the people appealing satisfaction, so we will not be seeing that. So that is a good deal. But what it amounted to was there was an extremely large amount of water that was released due to a break in the line downstream of the meter. However, the electronics on the meter were not recording it. So our people were going by saying, no flow, no flow, no flow. And the people were out of town, so they're getting no bill. When they got back home, they noticed water, and yeah, they were billed for over 6 million gallons of water. But basically, we had an error in our equipment as well, so they came to an amicable solution and went on. But that's all I've got.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thanks. Just a couple things. First off, I'd like to welcome Jackie as our new interim city attorney. Welcome aboard, since John's flying off into probably the Hawaiian sunset if I know him and his wife. So we look forward to working with you. And we've got some really good candidates that we'll be able to interview to replace John, and so that'll be good. Secondly, you know, I was a little irritated with myself tonight. I tend to get into banter with some of our constituents when they ask questions, and I want to answer those. And it's not that I have any lack of respect for them. It's just when they pose a question, I want to answer that. And sometimes it gets, so I think I need to be more mindful about saving that stuff for the discussion period and let them say their piece, and whatever questions they have can be answered during that time. I did appreciate the discussion tonight. Didn't agree with all of it, but I'm quite sure they didn't agree with all I said either. But healthy discussion and involvement from our community is vital and very important. I was a little disappointed with some of the lack of respect that we witnessed and were part of tonight, but that happens when people are passionate and you know, think that their view is more important than somebody else's. So we give them a lot of grace in those areas as well, and hopefully they'll give us some. Lastly, I look forward to running these meetings so I don't have to partake in them anymore. And I think you guys will enjoy that much better too, not having me spouting off all the time. That's all I have. Thanks much.
So just a couple things. I'm grateful for the conversation. It's late. We went through a lot to do it. I think, but open discussion and honest discussion is important. But I think even bigger than that is civility, and having those conversations to talk about how we can talk about disagreeing, but that we can come to resolutions on how we can get from point A to point B. I was impressed by the youth. They were respectful, they listened, and they taught us a lesson. I have often said that, and I'm going to end my comment with this. My hope lies in Generation Z, that this generation can do much, much better than we can. And they will go down as a very, very great generation. So I am grateful for them, and I appreciate their respectfulness of listening and being patient and listening to both sides. The next meetings of the City Council will be a work session to be held at 4:30 p.m. Tuesday, December 13th, 2022 in the council meeting room, and a regular council meeting to be held at 6 p.m. Tuesday, December 20th, 2022 in the council chambers. And yes, there is an executive session that has taken place at this date, and during this meeting was given, we have matters to discuss regarding personnel and litigation. Therefore, the chair would entertain a motion to adjourn into an executive session, and at the conclusion of that executive session, to reconvene this regular meeting solely for the purposes of an adjournment of this regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember McIntosh, seconded by Councilmember Pollock. There being a majority of members present and a motion to adjourn into an executive session having been moved and seconded, and that motion requiring a 2/3 majority of the council present, please cast your vote. Please record the vote.
With Councilmember Sutherland voting aye and all others voting aye, the motion passes.
A greater than 2/3 majority of the council present voted in favor of the motion. We are hereby adjourned to an executive session. And council, if we could just go straight into the boardroom since it's late. I know maybe some people want to talk to us, but if we could go right into the council room.